الله الرحمن الرحيم صلاة والسلام على أشرف خلق الله نبينا وسيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Our honorable chief guest, His Excellency Tahir bin Salim Al-Amri, Executive President, Central Bank of Oman, His Excellency Sheikh Salim bin Mustahil Al-Ma'shani, and distinguished guests, Assalamu alaikum. We welcome you to the 2021 edition of the New Age Banking Summit, supported by Oman Bank Association and Oman Banking and Finance Awards, powered by OER. Ladies and gentlemen, our sincere thanks to all of you for coming today. We also thank our audience who have joined us through Zoom and the YouTube channels. My name is Murtada Al-Lawati. I'm the AGM, Head of Marketing and Corporate Communications at Al-Izz Islamic Bank, and for the fourth year, I'm hosting this New Age Banking Summit. And today, honestly, is one of those days where you realize that it's been too long with COVID, and I'm loving the fact that I can see all these faces and they're not on a screen. So glad to be up here on stage today. In the summit today, we will discuss banking and the larger financial service industry in this highly digital and disruptive age. Together, we'll explore trends, innovation, and tech solutions, which are bringing a new paradigm to the industry. The summit brings together the industry captains, senior technology leaders, and experts to share insights on new market developments and debates on the focus areas of Omani financial institutions. During the day, we are also going to present Oman Banking and Finance Awards, which are powered by OER. I'd like to thank our valued partners and sponsors, Oman Banks Association, U Capital, Bank Dhufar, Bank Nizwa, GBM, National Bank of Oman, Sohar International, Ahli Bank, Ahli Islamic, Oman Arab Bank, Khidma, Ta'jir, Finance, Oman Data Park, National Life and General Insurance, Takaful Oman Insurance, Dhufar Insurance, Paymate, United Securities, United GCC Fund, OER, Alam Al-Iqtisad, OERlive.com, Banking CIO Outlook, Times of Oman, and Al-Shabiba for their support. A big round of applause to all those companies, please. Now, to begin proceedings, we invite Mr. Atulya Sharma, CEO of United Media Services, to deliver the opening remarks.
Your Excellencies and distinguished guests, good morning and welcome to the annual New Age Banking Summit and Oman Banking and Finance Awards powered by OER. At the outset, I would like to welcome and thank our chief guests, His Excellency Tahir bin Salim Al-Amri, Executive President, the Central Bank of Oman, for gracing the event today. I also extend a very warm welcome to His Excellency Sheikh Salim bin Mustahil Al-Ma'shani. This year marks the 6th edition of the New Age Banking Summit in Oman, and we are grateful to all our sponsors, partners, and speakers, and of course the attendees, for making this event so successful over the years. Over the last 18 months, as you would all agree, banks, finance companies, insurance firms, FinTech companies, and regulatory bodies, they've had to sort of surmount and undergo tremendous challenges triggered directly or indirectly by the pandemic. In fact, when we started the New Age Banking Summit 6 years ago, we used to talk about digital transformation, changing the face of banking in Oman and, of course, the world. And today, ladies and gentlemen, the future of banking is already here. We are already living it, we are experiencing it, and we are a part of it. This is, to a large extent, possibly triggered and felicitated by the pandemic. The customers have become more tech-savvy, and the usage of digital channels for their personal and professional needs has really sort of surmounted and expanded exponentially. According to an AC Nielsen study, as many as 9 in 10 respondents claim to have increased their online activities, and 3 out of 5 also said that they have started using some new online platforms, may it be for video conferencing or for work from home or e-learning, not to mention online shopping and, of course, to keep in touch with friends and family during the pandemic. That was possibly the only recourse to keep in touch with the world in the times of social distancing. In the context of the financial sector, the customers are demanding more efficient ways of doing financial transactions with a seamless experience. That's largely because they expect the same intuitive user interface or user experience as they've begun to experience with platforms like Amazon or Uber or even Talabat or Akeed in Oman. And they expect the same seamless experience from their online banking platforms. This means that the banks have had to digitize at every level, the front end and the back end, of course, at a very rapid pace, and of course have had also to take care of security and user interfaces. In Oman, fortunately, we have seen that the banks have responded to the challenge with agility and at a scale which is phenomenal. Technologies like artificial intelligence, smart automation, machine learning, blockchain, big data, and cloud have been at the core of this digital transformation. During the day, our domain experts will talk about how these technologies are bringing a change in the way the financial services are managed and consumed. They will also share knowledge and deliberate on how these technologies are going to lead us to the next phase of transformation in financial services, in alignment with Oman's Vision 2040, with its emphasis on innovation and technology. During the day, we are also going to recognize and felicitate select financial institutions, tech companies, and industry leaders for their unique achievements through Oman Banking and Finance Awards powered by OER. Ladies and gentlemen, on this note, I would like to leave the stage for the experts to take this summit forward. Thank you for being a part of this conference, and I encourage you to make the most of the day-long discourse designed to help you interact with subject matter experts and learn from the industry leaders. Thank you so much and have a great session. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Atulya Sharma. We now invite our chief guest, His Excellency Tahir bin Salim Al-Amri, on stage to deliver the keynote address.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. معالي الشيخ سالم بن مستهيل المعشني، الأخوات والأخوة الزملاء الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. It's very, we talked about challenges. One of the challenges that I see right now is how to address such an esteemed presence. How do we fulfill the expectations, and what are the challenges to do that, especially when there are a lot of people, entities, jurisdictions, sectors that are dependent on institutions like the Central Bank of Oman to actually enable them to head the way. So it's a big responsibility, but we are trying very hard, and I'll try to take you through what we have been doing, where we have succeeded, and also where we have challenges, inshallah. So at the outset, first I would like to commend the efforts of UMS, OER, and the rest of the organizing team for hosting this event. The days that have gone by had not only tested our resilience to hold on, but also provided us an opportunity to surmount the challenges and move forward. The holding of the New Age Banking Summit 2021, in continuation of the previous edition of 2020, bears testimony of our resilience and our determination to keep moving forward, may I add, come what may. I'm glad that amidst all the challenges, the summit has brought together the broad spectrum of professionals, particularly from the banking and financial services industry, to share amongst others their insights on the ever-changing financial landscape and continual digital transformation that has become the order of the day. When one thinks of new age banking, the thought that occurs simultaneously is that of technology in banking. The significance of the technology in transforming not only the banking landscape, but human societies as well. This was aptly articulated, for example, more than 5 decades ago in 1969 by the then Prime Minister of Singapore, Mr. Lee Kuan Yew, where it was reported that he said, I quote, "The differences between the performance of various human societies are in considerable measure a reflection of their differences in their trained brain power and their capacity to organize themselves, to harness science and use technology to create a better life for themselves," unquote. That is just an example of some of the foresightedness for technology usage. However, we are now passing through an era of unexpected challenges and heightened uncertainties. One of the silver linings, though, in these testing times has been the agility of the banking and financial industry in adapting swiftly to the evolving situations to ensure that the wheels of economies are kept moving and the customer expectations are not bellied. Before dwelling on the digital journey of the Central Bank of Oman during these turbulent times, I would like to share as to how the contours of banking have been redrawn. Social distancing protocols had led to the implementation of work from home on a scale that we had never thought of before. We never had the luxury of lead time for planning for the work from home revolution, as I may call it, with proof of concept and pilot runs. The banking industry had to go live straight away, and true we did, and did it successfully too. Congratulations to everyone. While work from home had ensured continuity of businesses and processing of back office functions without interruptions, it threw up unfamiliar risks. For instance, apart from the enhanced technology-related operational risks, it created difficulties in ensuring effective internal controls and sustaining employees' motivation. I believe we have all successfully managed these challenges and are not deterred by them anymore, even as we now transit back to a somewhat in-premises work. Another critical area that required closer attention during the pandemic was the business continuity processes. While organizations were prepared for disruptions in business continuity from calamities such as floods and earthquakes, very few had anticipated the newer types of disruptions that had unfolded. The countrywide lockdowns, clampdowns on movements in specific locations, detection of significant infections in offices and branches outlets, demanded nimble-footed counter-responses to ensure that we were open for business, which again, we could ensure to a very large extent. Notwithstanding yesterday's incident, which was also testing, which was some of the payment system have gone down, but it was due purely to a technical issue. And I think it's one of the examples where things happen, but things are dealt with. I know, for example, I have people from the central bank who are still at the premises, making sure everything is fine since yesterday morning, and they've been working all through the night just to make sure that people can actually use their cards and transfer their money. Like I said, that we are open for business. So these things always test our resilience, test our ability to fix, and our ability to go on. So the experience of the recent past have nevertheless strengthened our visualization capabilities by helping us plan effectively for such disruptions in the future. I would, in regard to the business continuity processes, like to add that we should not limit ourselves to just look within, but also outside, given the third-party dependencies of the financial industry. Finally, one of the significant pandemic-led transformation has been in the delivery channels. as the health and social distancing protocols limited the visit of customers to branches and automated machines, the usage of digital channels scaled up exponentially. But that was as expected. The banking and the financial industry in the Sultanate, with its wide array of digital channel options, ably supported the robust payment infrastructure of the Central Bank of Oman, was well positioned to handle the scale of operations and meet customer expectations. At this juncture, let me add a word of caution. Our accomplishments should not push us into a zone of comfort. We need to be vigilant, cognizant of the technology-related risks in our digital journey, and accordingly, keep revisiting the robustness of our technological infrastructure to sustain and build on the momentum. I'm glad to share that the Central Bank of Oman, with the support of the government and all stakeholders, could calibrate and continue its digital journey, even during the peak days of the pandemic. Here are some of the highlights of our digital ride. 1. The FinTech Regulatory Sandbox, launched in December 2020, received an overwhelming response, with several local and international participants coming forward to present their payment solutions during the first cohort. Even as their applications are being assessed across different stages of the sandbox, we are faced with certain challenges, such as the lack of compliance awareness of FinTech startups and ensuring their secured access to the payment system infrastructure. However, we are committed to overcome them and foster the growth of an effective ecosystem wherein the FinTech startups and banks work under a collaborative framework for the benefit of all stakeholders. For those who are present here today and who are also listening in, bear with us. Hopefully it will be very soon, and we are really working hard so that you will start and succeed, but not start and fail, inshallah. And going forward, we would like to engage with a larger number of participants and seek their innovative ideas and solutions. So do not be deterred, please come forward. 2, another area where developments are breathtakingly fast, posing considerable challenges to the regulators, is the evolution of virtual assets. In order to firm up our policy response, a study is currently underway at the national level by a task force team consisting of members from the financial sector regulators. Pending our regulatory stance, I would like to draw your attention to the risks associated with virtual assets. CBO, through public notices, have cautioned the users, holders, traders of cryptocurrencies on the financial, operational, and legal and security-related risks, besides the lack of customer protection mechanisms in this regard. It's a new thing for all of us, and we'll have to make sure that everybody is protected before we engage into either regulating or allowing or even avoiding banning anything that actually moves the economy forward. We had also clarified further that we have not given any license to any or authorization to operate or facilitate trading in cryptocurrencies so far by the Central Bank of Oman. Three, at this stage, I would like to state that we strongly believe in consultations with stakeholders, as it is an essential component of policy making. Accordingly, we have been engaging with Oman Banks Association on various initiatives, including FinTech, such as open banking strategy for the financial sector, cloud computing, and on extending bank support to regulatory sandbox applicants. I know banks and open banking sometimes is difficult to, but I am really appreciative of the support that banks have been given to new disruptive ideas and initiatives. So thank you very much. 4, the central bank had also facilitated digital onboarding of customers as a temporary measure during the pandemic. However, we do recognize the importance of digital onboarding to be an on-tap facilitation. Accordingly, The Central Bank of Oman has initiated an eKYC project to be undertaken by CBO and Oman Credit Bureau, Mala'a. The platform, once operationalized, will pave the way for quick and compliant digital onboarding of customers. The direct debit mandate management, successfully rolled out in July 2021, had been well received by corporates and businesses and is currently in the integration stage with the banks. Our next step is to implement the e-mandate for direct debit services, which would have an electronic mechanism to authorize the payer for the e-mandate. Again, I want to thank all involved, including the banks, for the support we have received in this manner. I would like to inform you that the wholesale payment system, namely the real-time gross settlement and RTGS, namely the real-time gross settlement system, RTGS, is in the final stage of upgrade. It would be up and running when done 24/7 before, inshallah, the end of 2021. Further, the integration of CBO's RTGS system with other GCC RTGS systems is in the testing stage, and integrating also Oman's payment systems with the Arab Regional Payment System, BUNA, is also in progress. All government and private sector entities had migrated from manual processing to e-processing of salaries from the first quarter of 2021. I'm also glad to state that the recent announcement of the Ministry of Commerce, Industry and Investment Promotion mandating e-payment option in certain private sector activities from 2022 will support the digital transformation in the Sultanate under Oman Vision 2040, thus fulfilling the goal of being a less cash-dependent society. During the pandemic, imposed movement restrictions, the hassle-free option for making payments for goods and services using the digital mode through the well-anchored payment system of the country came in handy for the general public. You may be aware that the central bank also took many initiatives to encourage the use of digital mode for payments, which included relaxations in various access rules and quantitative restrictions. Having highlighted some of the important digital initiatives, I would now touch upon the importance of data protection, the law relating to which is in the draft stage. Data, as you are aware, is the critical core in digitalization, but needs to be handled with requisite care. As the existing and the new startups embark on their digital journey, they need to factor this important consideration of requisite care in their business models. The industry needs to be cognizant of the rights of the customers to authorize the data and withdraw the authorization. They should also ensure confidentiality and security of data and exercise caution in sharing customers' data within the confines of the law. I would like to add that while protection of data is one aspect, there are broader customer protection necessities. I'm happy to share that the Central Bank of Oman is working on a comprehensive customer protection framework for customers of our licensed institutions. I would like to conclude my keynote address with the following remarks. The recent IMF assessment of the Sultanate and the other economic pointers indicate that Oman's economy is set for revival with approximately 1.5% growth of non-hydrocarbon GDP. The oil revenues are expected to be higher and the fiscal deficit, inshallah, lower. Another positive pointer is the robust vaccination rollout. As the dust thrown up by the pandemic settles, the scope for adoption of technology by the banking and financial industry on a much wider scale looks brighter than never before. I'm happy to note that the agenda drawn up for the summit is well structured. The focus areas of the panel discussions look impressive, with concepts such as the changing financial services landscape, digital transformation to meet customer expectations and facilitate financial inclusion, and developing of an ecosystem for successful collaboration between banks and FinTech. I am sure of the great benefit of the panel discussions as also the presentations to follow. I'm glad to note that the summit has now evolved as a not to miss annual event, particularly for the banking and the financial industry professionals. Before I conclude, I would like to say a hearty congratulations to the prize winners of Oman Banking and Finance Awards and wish them all the best. Last but not least, I thank the organizers again and thank you for attending and for inviting me to deliver this address. I wish the summit all the success. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for that insightful speech. We now invite on stage Mr. Ali Hassan Musa, CEO of Oman Banks Association, to address the audience.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's very exciting to be here today, once again at this event. Thank you to UMS, the organizers. And I'd like to take a few minutes from your time to go through an interesting topic. You may wonder how is it related to technology? It is, because technology is an enabler and always. The story goes that recently, very recently, during the last summer, a person not far from Muscat, in a town, had a pile of cash at home and then left and went on holiday, probably to a neighboring country or to Turkey, the two places that most people went to for holiday. And when he came back, the money is gone. It was stolen. So even in today's age, with all the banking sector and the delivery channels and the digital channels and the technology, we still have people that choose, for whatever reason, not to bank, have cash at home. And therefore, I'd like to talk about today about financial inclusion. A very interesting topic, a hot topic across the world, and how technology can help to advance financial inclusion. So this is a quick presentation on the agenda. This is the agenda. I'd like to take you through the definition of financial inclusion quickly, the national initiatives, Arab Financial Inclusion Day, the COVID impact in Oman, the tech factor, and that's interesting. And what is even more interesting is how credit bureaus, and we do have a credit bureau, an impressive one in Oman, Mala'a, can help in financial inclusion. And then we'll look at financial literacy and how that can also advance financial inclusion. So financial inclusion is about the products being, the banking products being available, the appropriate products being available to all segments of society at the right price. So the right products accessible and available to all segments at the right price. That is simply financial inclusion. And when we talk about the society, we need to segment the society. We need to understand the society, and all that data is available. It's about age, it's about gender, it's about health, it's about wealth, it's about geographic location. So someone in Muscat may not have the same accessibility, or someone in Musandam or far in the south may not have the same accessibility to the financial services we're talking about. They're all available digitally, but in certain channels are not available. And we want that equality, and technology can help us build that equality. So the definition of financial inclusion is the availability and equality of opportunity across a range of financial services, such as credit, savings, etc., to all segments, to all businesses, especially micro, small, and medium. It is important, financial inclusion is important in the development of nations. Many nations like China had a national plan for a 5-year national plan, which came to an end in 2020 for financial inclusion. So many nations actually consider financial inclusion as a priority, and it is important in the national security. National initiatives, banks have been really working hard over the many years, over the last 50 years or so, in delivering branches, delivering outlets, services across Oman. So even if you go to the remotest village in Oman, you will see a branch, a bank branch. And they are costly to operate, especially remote branches. Accessibility for the disabled, these are just a few examples. Digital channels and omni-channels, so the same experience through digital channels one will have, whether in Muscat, in Musandam, or in Dhafar, or in Masira. It's the omni-channel factor that delivers that the same equality, the same experience. The products that are available today in Oman, the products and services in terms of banking and the delivery channel are no different from any other country in the developed world. So we have achieved today, and thanks to the bank and investing heavily in this, we achieved that we have today products and services to cater for all segments of the society, whether it's a retired person, whether it's a student, whether someone would like some facility to go for a holiday or etc., or for investments and savings. Of course, we have the policies. All this is governed by policies and regulations by the Central Bank of Oman. Central Bank has been a leader in driving financial inclusion, even before the word actually became a buzzword. So even 30 years back or 40 years back, a bank wanted to open a branch in Muscat. Central Bank would say, you open first a branch in a remote area, then I will allow you to open in Muscat. That is financial inclusion at the heart, is the ability to allow everyone to access banking services. The recent circular from Central Bank, and it's available on the internet, is 1165 that actually guides Central Bank about financial inclusion. Central Bank has been a leader in driving infrastructure upgrade, and infrastructure upgrade, especially for payments, is at the heart of financial inclusion because this is how you deliver services. And this is some of the services that are there that His Excellency also spoke about, and there are others coming, like direct debit, His Excellency mentioned. We're all looking forward to that. That will advance even further the financial inclusion and the accessibility. Banks have actually invested and continue to invest heavily in adopting new technologies and awareness campaigns. And we have a national event every day through the Oman Banks Association in coordination with the Central Bank of Oman that guide us. And we do celebrate the Arab Financial Inclusion Day through a number of events. And this is typical of the things that we do in terms of school visits, in terms of lectures to the students, in terms of talking to different civil society organizations like Jam'iyat al-Mar'a al-Omaniyya, and see the challenges that they face, specifically to the women gender. Digital channels, we have launched some games and quizzes online. So we have a game on OBA's Instagram account. It's there if you can check it out. It's been widely popular. That helps actually in awareness, especially for the younger generation. And most of Omanis are actually the younger generation. So these are, as I mentioned, some of the things we have done, and we would like to do more. It's not a campaign that comes a few months a year. We'd like to do this all year round with the help of all stakeholders. We also have some videos on OBA's, on Oman Banks Association YouTube channel. So if you visit that, you will see some interesting video about the financial inclusion. The COVID impact in terms of technology has been good. We've seen an increase in tap and go and crowd transactions, 40% increase in Oman due to the COVID impact. We've seen 10% less in number of ATM transactions. So we're going more digital, and COVID has helped. However, COVID has an ugly side, and it has hit hard, especially the vulnerable segments of the society, the low-income people, the SMEs, the micro businesses, and actually it will affect them even for inclusion in the future unless we work on a plan. And the government, different government agencies, whether it's the central bank, the SME, هيئة الشركات المتوسطة والصغيرة, the banks, we're all working together to actually ensure that they can recover as quickly as possible. The tech factor, smartphones, internet, and internet accessibility in Oman is very high compared to many other countries. Have hugely advanced financial inclusion, FinTechs and apps, payments that we spoke about, blockchain. Blockchain is a secure infrastructure. We haven't seen yet applications in Oman, but many countries have used blockchain, secure distributed ledger infrastructure to register, for example, title deeds, real estate title deeds. In Ghana, with the NGO Bitland, I think it's Canadian, they have worked on a project to register title deeds for farmers. So the farmers in remote areas have now title deeds on blockchain, and that blockchain is accessible to the banking sector so that they can get mortgages to build proper homes on their farms. So it helps the country in many ways. It helps housing. It helps that the farmers do not move from their farmlands, and it also allows them to access to banking sector through the blockchain infrastructure. So there are huge applications and opportunities with blockchain that other countries have utilized. Biometrics makes actually everything safer. It's not only the fingerprints, the eye scan, etc. And the credit scoring that I will talk about. So the AI and ML, artificial intelligence and machine learning, have huge applications, many applications, cybersecurity, etc. But specifically in credit bureaus, they actually can help build algorithms for behavior, for payments behavior. And that will help their reputation, their mala'a in the credit bureau. The same with big data. ATMs and point of sale, these devices, I think they are the most effective in financial inclusion. However, they are a pain area for banks. They are costly to run. And we need to, as stakeholders, find solutions. The ATMs, these are dumb terminals, though the software is available to make them smart, but until today in Oman, the number of times I visited an ATM, I think, one would think that I have a love relationship with the ATM, but every time I put a card, it asks me what language. So, they're really dumb terminals in Oman. We need to invest more in the software, but the trouble is that the technology companies are actually charging a lot for maintenance. And that's a pain area. The same with the point of sale. The government actually encourages now all transactions to go through digital, through point of sale. But the difficulty is the running cost of those terminals, though the terminal may be very cheap, is huge for a bank. And that's an issue that we need to find solutions for. CMA, hats off for CMA that they have introduced crowdfunding regulations relating to equity and some other, but not debt, of course, that's central bank's area. And that will help. That will help SMEs to actually get money for new businesses. So crowdfunding is really important. KSA, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, is fairly advanced in regulations relating to even debt and equity on both sides with regards to crowdfunding. You have e-wallets, e-money, social media. Banks have invested heavily in social media. You know, this is the lifestyle of the new generation. So if you want financial inclusion, really you have to provide your banking services, and this is a message to banks, through social media, like in the Far East, you know, Singapore, Korea, etc. Open banking, as His Excellency mentioned, huge opportunities. Their central bank is working on a strategy, and you know, it's going to be a big thing. For digital onboarding, digital identity is really important. Many countries around the world have started or actually are way ahead in terms of digital identity. I think we should start it in Oman. If it hasn't already. It's a national project. There are two ways to it. It can be driven by the government. Smart Dubai started it. It's now at the federal level in the UAE. Even financial institutions do digital onboarding like Emirates NBD and Ansari Group based on UAE Pass, which is their digital identity. But it's work in progress. They started recently. But other countries like Nordic countries, Norway and Sweden are way ahead. And their digital identity projects started by the banking community. So they didn't wait for the government, the banks started it, and then it was adopted nationally. For credit bureaus, and this is from IFC and the World Bank, these are the challenges that banks face with SMEs and micro businesses. And there's an opportunity for credit bureaus that can play a huge role in financial inclusion by helping these segments, specifically, as I mentioned, micro and SME. Mala'a and credit bureaus generally around the world have access even to national data, to payments, for example. So they can build a profile of a business or an individual, which is a reputation. So someone who pays their bills on time is a good reputation, you know, is a person or a business with good reputation. That can be built. One that doesn't pay bills is not, you know, if that person has a choice, he would not pay the bank loan because he or she is not paying their own utility bills or rent, etc. So credit bureaus can actually build this reputation, build this database, and that can have a huge impact on financial inclusion because one may not have a credit history in the bank, but may have a reputation that is there in the database, that person pays their utility bills, their rent. That person, for example, lost his or her job and continued to pay the bank. That is a good reputation. We need to analyze that data. We need to capture it, analyze it, use AI and machine learning to build those algorithms to present the real profile, and based on that, the credit scoring of that person or entity. We also have things that are really of interest, which is credit monitoring, the alerts. So Chase and American Express provide their customers with alert service. So if I am a customer of Chase or Amex, American Express, and I do not pay my rent for 2-3 months, and that data is captured by the credit union or credit bureau, Chase has a link with that credit bureau that can capture that their customer has not paid a rent, and therefore their credit score has gone down, and sends an alert to the customer saying your credit score has gone down, not because you haven't paid us, because you haven't paid your rent to someone. That is really important in terms of building reputation, in terms of building that al-mala al-maliya and that profile of a person or an entity, and that helps in the financial inclusion. Financial literacy is linked to financial inclusion. It helps advance financial inclusion. And this is something that we would like as the Oman Banks Association, in coordination with the central bank, with the banks, with the government and other stakeholders, to advance in Oman. It is about money matters, it's about education, it's about understanding at an early stage what saving is and what bank products are and what's good for them in terms of behavior, in terms of savings. Technology, of course, can help a lot. There are many apps available. I'm looking forward to this app being launched. It's not launched yet. One of the co-founders of this app is actually the granddaughter of the founder of Arab Bank in Jordan. So this will address it's targeted for children, and it actually works with currencies, local currencies. So technology can really help with financial literacy. Jordan, again, is very advanced in terms of financial literacy. Their central bank, their banking association, banks, Ministry of Education work together to introduce financial literacy in the curriculum. This is something I'm really keen about to introduce. We haven't yet started it, but it's a plan that, that I would like to advance for Oman. So financial literacy is a twin with financial inclusion. Financial literacy is the demand side, creates that education. Financial inclusion is about the right products for the right segments. It's about the supply chain. So it's the demand and the supply. And if you capture both, really work on a plan, and we do have the data, we can really, with the help of technology, with the help of stakeholders, the regulators, the banks, can actually advance financial inclusion. So these are my concluding remarks, and thank you very much for listening. I wish you a pleasant day. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ali Hassan Musa, for their enlightening presentation. It's time for the panel discussion. The topic for the discussion is driving innovation and transformation in financial services. Our distinguished panel, comprising the well-known industry leaders from the banking, finance, investment, and fintech sectors, will debate on changing dynamics of the financial services sector and how to drive digital transformation to meet evolving market needs. We first invite on stage Mr. Khalid Al-Qaid, CEO of Bank Nizwa. He has steered Bank Nizwa to a new era, positioning Bank Nizwa as a strong, innovative, and relationship-oriented Sharia-compliant financial institution. We next invite on stage Mr. Saeed Ahmed Safrar, CEO of OIFC. Under his leadership, the company has been on a growth roadmap, constantly innovating and developing one of Oman's popular digital payment platforms, Khidma. Please help me in welcoming him to the stage. Our next panelist is Mr. Ali Hassan Musa, CEO of Oman Banks Association. He has been leading the association since 2017 to work towards promoting the interests of the banking industry and collaborating with the regulators on policy and strategy matters. We next invite on stage Mr. Ewan John McLeod, Chief Transformation Officer of Suhar International. He complements the executive management team in driving the bank's transformation and digitization agenda. Our next panelist is Engineer Maqbool Al-Wahabi, CEO of Oman Data Park. He has been the founding team member of Oman Data Park and has been leading the company in developing solutions tailored to address the bank's financial institutions, oil and gas sector, healthcare, government, education, and professional services sector. Our next distinguished panelist is Mr. Eddie Aboud, CEO of GBM Oman. He helps corporates overcome the challenges they face today and accelerate their digital transformation journey. With his global perspective, entrepreneurial mindset, and extensive industry experience, he is recognized as a leader in the corporate transformation domain. And to moderate the session, we're now going to invite Akshay Bhatnagar, Executive Vice President and Group Managing Editor, United Media Services. At UMS, he is responsible for managing a portfolio of print publication, digital assets, businesses, and B2B events and strategic communication projects. Over to you, Akshay.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, esteemed panelists, and all those who are watching us live on Zoom and YouTube currently, and a very good morning to all of you. In today's panel discussion, we aim to discuss and explore how banks, the fintech companies, and the regulators are working towards accelerating the digital transformation of the financial services sector to support the evolving customer needs, support business sustainability, and as well to meet the goals of Vision 2040. To start the discussion, let me start with Mr. Khalid. Bank Nizwa has notched a very impressive financial and operational performance in the recent time despite the challenging business environment. How much credit do you give to your digital transformation efforts in achieving this success?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and thank you for having me here. To answer your question, I think first of all, we are talking about Bank Nizwa in particular, where I believe we are part of the Islamic banking industry. And I'm really very proud to share the recent statistics which shown by IFSB last month, showing that the Islamic banking sector in Oman is the 15th largest Islamic banking worldwide in less than 9 years. And this actually a milestone. And the credit should go to all stakeholders. I have to give credit to the regulator, mainly central bank, because they prepared the infrastructure for this industry to start strongly. All the stakeholders, the board directors, chairman, management, staff, and also our customers whom actually trusted the bank. So first of all, we are part of this industry, and we have a successful story for the industry itself, where other also windows and banks, they are enjoying these good results and a successful story. We actually in Bank Nizwa, we set some priorities 5 years back, where we started with asset quality, liquidity, profitability, then efficiency. And during this used to be before the COVID. And during the COVID, we did not change our priorities because we continued with the same priorities. And this actually helped the bank to absorb the impact in a doable level of impact. So this is one. Second, because this is a new industry and Bank Nizwa is a mirror of this industry, we lived the full experience of this industry. We went through 3 phases, where phase 1 was the startup and the building. Phase 2 was more reaching the market, trade the market, and turn into profitability, because without profitability, you cannot continue. So this was the second phase strategy. Then after we stand on our legs, then we look inside. And looking inside, it means that we have to look to enhance the efficiency. And if you want to do something, you have to look to the digital. So what we did, actually, we attached a digital strategy to our strategy. We got the board approval. I think Bank Nizwa today is the only bank who has IT committee at a board level. And this is showing the governance framework and the vision of the chairman, Sheikh Khalid bin Abdullah al-Khalili, because actually he introduced this, and for me as a CEO and the management, we felt with some kind of support and more access into things to let the digital journey goes in a very smooth and successful manner. So we attached the digital strategy to our strategy, get the approval, and then we set the priorities to move with that. We have something we have to do internally when it comes into automation of our processes, upgrading the core banking, but also we are adding a platform for e-channels. We are adding other elements in the transactional banking, trade finance, because we need to reach this universal banking concept where we can provide the whole set of products using the technology to our customers. So this is actually what is happening. I think also, along with that, you need to build a good culture. You need to develop and empower the high potential team. Culture is something very important. Communications, very important, direct and simple. You have to understand things. You may manage through management by exception after you ensure the process is going. You just enter into the exceptional cases, fix it, and go back. Empower the team, giving more authority, responsibility. But I think the most critical part, you have to stay focused, knowing your vision and go after. You should have option B to B because you don't know the external factors. So simply, we set our priorities. We did not change our priorities during the COVID. We will continue even post-COVID with the same objectives because we believe these objectives are sustainable objectives to the bank. So we'll continue, inshallah, with that. Thank you.
Sure. Let me go to Mr. Safrar. You have been the major beneficiary of this growth in the digital payments culture recently. Your app, Khidma, has become very popular. Can you share your experiences about what are the right boxes you have ticked to become so popular in the market in digital payments platform? And how do you plan to take it forward as well?
Thank you very much. Before I move to the Khidma itself, I think we are in a time where the disruptive technology requirements driven by the end users force us all to move to that directions. We have seen it in transportation, hospitality, food and beverage, and of course, before all of this in the telecom and banking. It's not a choice, it is a must. We need to move to. Well, our position as Khidma, we stand between a triangle of service providers, end users, and financial systems. And of course, the technical support companies. We thought about that a few years back before even the pandemic issue that forces things to move faster. And with the support of the mindset of the people who live in Oman, in general, Omanis and guests, there was a tremendous increase in number of clients that using our own platform. We have over 600, close to 600,000 downloads so far, with an active 250,000 financial payments on the app alone every month. That shows the interest of the end users moving toward technology. They have the choices of going to our branches. They have the choices to go to banks, to go to the electronic channels of the banks. But they prefer to move to such overall platform that would serve them in all aspects. We are aiming to add other services to the utilities, like some government fees, and probably in the future to move to more of financial services. We got a primary approval from Central Bank for an e-wallet. We are working on it, and thanks to the Central Bank. And definitely this would never happen or succeed without the support of the financial sector in general, the banks in particular, and the Central Bank as a regulator, and also their support. So we have a plan to extend it for better services. We want to work close with the banks and Central Bank to make it appropriate platform serves all of us without compromising on the relation, or we want to complement each other rather than compete and add value, and we want to drive the country towards the 2040 vision, and also according to Central Bank plans for digital future.
Sure. In terms of digital payments, do you foresee like an increased business in terms of payments like from P2P to B2B as well? Do you think the next surge in the digital payments will be coming through these new segments also?
The Central Bank recently is working on giving probably some license to payment service providers beside the financial sector. And that would probably have the abilities to enable even corporate or government institutions to use channels outside the banks in general. But that does not mean we will all need a backup from the financial sector in banking. Yes, I see all the plans from the top in the country to regulatory and all the financial sector is driving toward having an excellent digital future.
Sure. Let me go to Eddie. Do you think to stay ahead in the digital economy, banks needs to adopt a more collaborative, more experiential, and automated banking paradigm, which is built on the cloud foundation? What do you think about that?
First of all, I miss this audience, this kind of events. So thank you for making it again happen, and thank you for taking me back again here. Obviously, I mean, when we're talking about innovation in the banking sector, we're talking about multiple areas. One of them is the adoption of new technologies. We're talking about cloud. We're talking about infrastructure within, and the combination of both, what we call the hybrid. We see lots of advancement within Oman through like the ODP, for example, when we're talking about in-country cloud. And we see the adoption also in the banks to go within the bank from an infrastructure perspective, and we see them also the adoption of cloud in-country. In addition, we see today a new movement in the banks. We see some of them talking about becoming or developing an ecosystem of partners that can help them between FinTech, technology companies, and other industry companies that can facilitate financial services to the end users. We still see lack, of course. We're still behind, but doesn't mean we're not moving forward. I think the wheel started to move well. 2 years ago, we saw, or 2.5 years ago, we saw the CBO moved and upbeat, let me say, all the initiatives, and it's materializing today. And all this has helped the financial sector to move forward. We see the payment systems, I think the gentleman touched base on that, started to happen more and more. When I first came to Oman in 2018, there was a plan to have a digital bank. I still see this part missing in Oman to have a full-fledged digital bank. We see digitalization of a bank, not a digital bank, which is a major shift. So the combination of all those, we see the wheel moving forward, and I'm hoping that for a brighter future in the banking sector in Oman.
Sure. Mr. Ali, you work very closely with the central bank. You work closely with the top management in various banks as well. When are we likely to see the 100% digital bank in Oman, as what Eddie is saying? How many years away we are, or how many months away we are?
I don't know. I don't have the crystal ball, but it's inevitable.
Right.
It's a demand by the younger generation,
Right.
that they want to do things through social media, digitally. That's their lifestyle. It's not they choose to do it. They actually that's the way they live, and that will lead to new banks. Now, whether that will be launched by an existing bank or it will be a new entity altogether, it remains to be seen. I'm a member of I'timad program, government program, to actually mentor youngsters, executives, as well as students in terms of coming up with new projects and all that. And one of the projects that in the first batch that I mentored was actually a new bank, a fully digital bank. But that was a study project. It's not a really feasibility study. It's more at a student level.
Sure, absolutely. I go to Engineer Maqbool. You work also very closely with the financial services sector. What have been the key success stories from your experience? How do you have enabled the digital transformation of the financial services companies you are working with? And how it has actually helped them in the last 18 months or so, where a lot of emphasis has been on, becoming digital too fast, almost overnight, and also bringing in cost efficiencies as well, meet the consumer demands as well very fast.
Yeah, thank you for that. I think the financial sector in Oman has been doing great, actually, and the way they have sustained and maintained themselves and their organization through the pandemic was extraordinary, I would say it. It was the difficult days. We were very close to them. We are not a financial, but we are very close to them, and we can see how turbulence the pandemic was to them from all aspects, be it from the equity side or maybe from the technology acceleration side. The good news is that the technology side the pandemic had actually helped them to accelerate further, helped them to accelerate even faster. And the other good news is that we were ready for it. As Eddie was saying, from both in the technology sector in Oman, I think was very much mature enough and ready enough to accommodate and support as much as they can, with the capacity that we had. I remember there was a good story in March last year. One of the leading banks in Oman, it was Al-Ahli Bank actually, and we were talking about how to help them work from home. It wasn't easy for a bank to work from home. There is a lot of security measures that has to be in place. There are a lot of processes has to be tweaked. And we made it in a weekend. That was great. The collaboration we had, both of us, had actually made that successful by providing them the platform that enables their staff to work from home. So I think the readiness is there. Now, with the acceleration force that had helped the financial sector to move even further during the COVID-19, I think we should keep the pace. We should keep that pace, the momentum. And we should not go slow anymore. The CBO was there. I think the mandates that they were pushing around cloud first and allowed technology first kind of mandates are very much appreciated. There was a great effort actually to keep hand in hand, because you need the legislative bodies to be on board. And I think the CBO was always there for that. Now, the other side of the story is it's not only the legislative, it is us. We have to move even faster. And I think the transformation that will be post the pandemic would even take us greatly. One of the things that Oman Dara Park is working to launch, inshallah, by next month, is the AI infrastructure. The artificial intelligence, as we all know, is a catalyst to all the banking sector. I ask all the innovators, the CIOs, the CTOs, and the financial sector of Oman to keep that in their top of the agenda. AI is a no-brainer. It's going to change our world. It's going to change the way we live. It's going to change also the consumer approach aspect of the story. The banks need to approach their consumers in a different way, not in the old-fashioned way, but in a different way. They have to be smarter to understand what does the consumer want. Consumer will not tell you what they want, and that's the bad side of the story. Now, the good side is that you have something called artificial intelligence that would help you towards understanding your consumer more, understanding how you actually approach them more. I give you an example. In the banking sector, in the financial sector, we have products. And guess what? Those products are welcomed by portions of the society, but might not be welcomed by the other portion of the society. Now, what we are doing here with the financial sector, we are pushing those as a mass in a marketing fashion, in a push fashion to everyone. And we cross-finger that a portion would be interested in that product. Why are we doing it in the harder way? we can do it actually on a smarter way by utilizing artificial intelligence in order to understand what sector of the society would be more interested towards what packages, so that we have more of a direct marketing fashion, low-cost manner. Technologies are booming because of one reason. Forget the science part, forget the technology part. Economically, they are becoming part of our life because of the low-cost factor. It's all about cost. AI is bringing even a lower cost than the internet age in the 2000s. Before that, we had the PC, for instance. PCs and computers that we had at home, PCs, had managed to actually reduce the cost towards some of the, functioning some of the tasks. So it's all about cost. Economically, it's about cost. So AI will even drag the cost further, and hence it will amplify some of the other indirect element of the story. It's like the coffee versus the cream and sugar. If the coffee price goes down, then the demand for cream and sugar will be up. And hence, that is more of an indirect kind of way of seeing things. And there's a great book around this, has been written towards how AI can amplify our world. So in the financial sector, I think one of the core elements will be AI after cloud. In 2012, we introduced cloud, a local cloud, and a lot of banking sector had managed to jump in and make use of it in one way or another. Today, from next month forward, there will be in Oman artificial intelligence GPU-based, which is graphical processing unit, that is above the CPU. What we use is a CPU now. We're going to use the GPU. GPU is more of a a 10x kind of. From next month forward, the financial sector are invited to do POCs over it, to try it, and to see how they can benefit from it.
Sure, absolutely. Thank you. Ivan, like Engineer Maqbool talked about the deployment of AI in the financial services. What has been your experience? How you have been using AI at Sohar International, and how do you plan to take it forward and make it more and more smarter?
So it's a critical aspect, and I fully agree with you, sir, there on using technology to serve the customer better. And I think that's the fundamental goal of all organizations, is to serve the customer better. But I think adopting these new technologies is very, very important. First off, is start playing with them. Start playing with them. Start testing. Start experimenting. Because what we see in other markets here is if you harness this technology correctly, it can really, really seriously boost a seamless experience to customers. And let me give you one example from a previous organization, then talk about what we're doing at Sohar. We used machine learning a while ago in a previous organization to remove 70% of all call center agents immediately. Okay, it took about, I say immediately, maybe 2 or 3 months. Okay, and we presented to the customer the opportunity. Do you want to phone us? Do you want to phone, or do you want to talk? Type. Do you want to type? And what's really interesting is watching how customers simply say, no, I don't want to speak to you. Speaking to you, in many cases, is taking up my valuable time. I'll just type to you, okay, because I can do other things while you're thinking. What's interesting, though, if you put machine learning and artificial intelligence behind that chat capability, is that you can answer 95% of the customer queries instantly. Now, to get access to that technology, you need to have the right infrastructure. You've got to have the GPUs you're talking about. You've got to have the right engineers, the software ready at your fingertips. So that, I think, is super important. But, ladies and gentlemen, if you don't have the data, sitting there, if the data is in Excel, right? If the data is sitting in your core banking and you need a guy, another guy, and then another guy to do some pivot tables, so it's 6 hours before you can actually look at the data and understand what it might mean, then you've got a problem. So what we're doing at Sohar International is making sure that our fundamental infrastructure is prepared and ready We've done some great moves there already. Making sure that the data is accessible, because there's no use phoning ODP and say, right, that AI thing, loved what you said, we'll take 2 of them. 2, 3. There's no, because the first question they're going to say, okay, where's your data? And you say, oh, we've got, we'll get that, right? Because if you haven't got that fundamental layer, of making sure your data is there in one place, all of us have got data, right? We've all got data, right? Okay, it's just there, here, there, in a different format, and then it's when you speak to your IT colleagues and they say, oh, sorry, ODP wanted it that way. We'll come back to you in 3 weeks. Right? That's what I think we need to be making sure that as an industry, we are focusing on the fundamentals. Where's the data? Is it in one place? Can we access it? Do we have individuals that understand this, right? Because again, just saying, I want an AI one, give me an AI one, doesn't help. And it's not going to help ODP, right? This is going to be a big issue I'd imagine you'll have, is making sure that the dream that we hear from OBA and from others on this is what we should be offering, that's only achievable if you've got the right infrastructure, the right data infrastructure.
Sure. Eddie, like, he made a very valid point actually. Are banks in a position actually to leverage the tech firms, the kind of solutions do you provide? Like they have the data, but in the Excel format, you know. So what are the barriers are there, you know, where banks needs to leverage you better, and how those barriers could be overcome? Are you on the same wavelength? You know, that's another key issue in this.
Yeah, I think we need more people like you in Oman. Unfortunately, there was a study recently, right now, with one of the leading banks in Oman about their data readiness, and they scored the lowest. This tells you a lot about what's going to be the next phase. We've been talking for the past 3 to 4 years about transformation. And the transformation, the last phase of it at that stage was the AI. And there was lots of readiness to be done. One of them is the data readiness and data cleansing and the infrastructure and then the machine learning, and then you reach a certain maturity to reach a certain AI. We've been talking about it a lot. We've been doing few, and we matured very little.
I have a question, building on Eddie's point here. I have a question. How many financial institutions, I'm not just talking banks, how many financial institutions require, at some point, somewhere, a piece of paper to do anything? Okay, I wind up my colleagues a lot here talking about this. Yeah, right? Paper, stamp, paper, paper, stamp, paper, signature.
All of them.
Right? So what I hope you'll begin to see if you walk into a Sohar international branches, we're removing that.
Absolutely.
You're right? Yeah,
Absolutely.
Obsessively.
Absolutely. And in order to yeah, absolutely.
Basic, right?
And in order to move to that stage, I think the ultimate goal for a bank is to personalize experience for customers. In order to understand them, we need to avoid the cash. So we need to adopt the cashless. We need to understand their behavior, and not through POS, and not through an ATM. And so we need new innovative channels. And the more we have data about what they are doing, and if it's real-time, contextual experience will be amazing. And this is where you'll have the highest level of adoption. Today, we're still very far from that, but doesn't mean we're not doing anything. It is moving. We embarked on multiple transformation journeys with multiple banks within Oman. I think we're doing an amazing job. Some banks already operating at 40 to 50% autonomy in terms of processes. So, and that's the first step. So there's the infrastructure, and that's the first step. We're still far from AI, but we're getting there.
So, Khalid, yes, I wanted to listen to you on this. How do you counter this argument?
No, actually, I will come from banking perspective, from the business side, to reply to the other side. Sorry. From banking perspective, I'm not a technical guy, but I'm a business. I understand the digital strategy to help my business. This is my position, so I cannot go into the details. But as simple as we can say, what we need from digitalization on the banking sector as a management level. We believe our target from the digital strategy is to be all around the customer. So it's a customer centricity, customer focus, and we start with the customer and end with the customer. So this is the experience. Now looking into the customers in any market and the value and the influence of the mobile application, to what extent people are using the mobile to get their things done on a daily basis. Banks also should be able to provide on time, on-demand solutions to the client. This is ultimate goal. So it's no more from 8 to 2, it's 24/7 understanding. Now, how to reach that? This is the objectives. We have something called the ways to the bank, how to bring the customers to the bank. Usually in the traditional way, we have the in-person branches, the physical branches. This will continue. I don't think in the coming even 10 years this to be vanished. Yes, there is a reduction, there is a move. In case of Bank Nizwa, in our strategy, we will continue having branches, physical branches, but these in-person branches will have a digital touch. So maybe 60% or 70% of the activities should be run in a digital way. Even customer in the branch itself can use the iPad to access online, whatever. So we want to go into this. Why I'm saying that? Because this should go in phases. We cannot switch over the night and turn into digital, because I totally agree with Ewan and with all of you talking about the data. Today, Mala'a actually revealed a lot of challenges. We still working on data cleansing on the static. I said it here 2 years back, I'm continue facing the same. How can you go to the sky while the infrastructure is still need? And this will bring another challenge, which is the culture. So let's move back to the ways to the bank. We talked about in-person branches, but with the digital touches. So it will be 60% more of automation, and this will be utilized more of digital equipments into that. But also we are enhancing the e-channels. E-channels through mobile application, online banking, this will continue. The other phase, which we are talking about, artificial intelligence and others, I think we in Bank Nizwa, we are very interested to start soon looking into this. Why? Because you have to start somewhere to reach one day. But having said that, I think there is something we can do as a banks in-house, where we have to clean our data, we have to do the automation for our core banking, we have to build the culture, but the big portion should come through collaboration, strategic relationship with the FinTech. Because at the end of the day, I'm a banker, I'm not a FinTech guy, but I want to extend the ecosystem to serve all the stakeholders and take the experience to the second level through this collaboration. So let us make it very clear. We have responsibility. Our strategy is clear. I'll do my job in-house, but I have to raise hand and ask you to come and join me, extending the ecosystem, because this will build and give more value to the system.
Hope you're satisfied on this, right? Mr. Ali, we have been talking also about, collaboration between FinTech and the banks, for the betterment of the economy and the customers as well. But today's partners can be enemies for tomorrow. Today, Khidma may be the right bet for service providers or banks to tie up with. But tomorrow, FinTech players will eat into the share of the banks as well. How the relationship is expected to change in the coming years? Are they going to really continue collaborating? They will be gobbled up by the banks. They will be acquired by them, or FinTech companies will acquire the banks itself. We are seeing these kind of trends already happening in the international market. What's your say on this?
You always have the difficult questions for me. So, so if I say yes, I'm in trouble with my stakeholders. If I say no, it's very interesting. I mean, there will be different models, and there are today different models. So there is the model of banks investing in FinTech, either through funds, like even here in Oman, Bank Muscat has invested in FinTech through a fund. They can actually also invest directly in certain FinTechs and own those FinTechs, either through the bank or their holding companies, and that's happening also here in Oman. There are the collaboration the collaboration kind of model, and I think that's widely successful because it's in the best interest for FinTech as well as the banks to work together to deliver those services to the community, to the society, and to businesses. So that we've seen that model work everywhere in the world, basically. Places where FinTech has taken over banks, that's the Chinese model. But I see there are different models, and they will all work. But the most successful one, and it's not either or, banks can do 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 models together, collectively, is the one with collaboration.
Sure. I will come back to on this again. I want to listen to Mr. Safrar on this. How do you see this relationship with the banks or the service providers changing in the future?
Well, I think the banks are fundamental for the service in general, whether they do the classic way or the technology and e-banking way. But we have to keep in mind that other players, smaller players, probably would play at a cheap, whatever cost, better role to help the banks to achieve their own targets or to serve their own clients or to achieve their own financial targets. Sometimes to just stay in the defensive position would not help because somebody would penetrate and it will be quite late for the financial institutions to move forward. We as Khidma, we are very small comparing to the banking system. We are also dealing with a very small niche clients, but we are trying to keep connectivity to all. We are today in a sort of real time with all banks and with all service providers. And that started even before the push that happened in the last, let's say, 20 months. And there is no way back. Those who used to do electronic channels for payment, they will never go back and queue in branches, neither in banks or in other services. We see the government is pushing hard where it was sort of very difficult wall to break to go and do any financial or any electronic papers. Now are chasing the technical partners and the banks and all other service providers to help them to do it electronically. We have seen regulators who used to be very stubborn and very difficult to allow any form of non-presence meetings are allowing AGMs, EGMs, board of directors meetings, virtually happening with all the empowerment and with all the approvals. That would never happen without seeing the entire planet is moving that direction. And there is no time to wait. Unfortunately, in the banking sector so far, I go back to the data things, that is a challenge with all of us. I'm dealing with banks. I receive my name from the credit card statement with different spelling than the current account.
Sure.
That is happening today, unfortunately. So I support your own points big time.
Sure. Will you apply for a banking license in the coming years? Do you have that aspiration?
Well, in fact, I have a daughter and son in England, and both of them are having banks without knowing where the branch is, who is the CEO, and where the head office is. And I do the transfer to these accounts, and they told me, why don't we think about having something in Oman? It's not only for me, but for everybody. Without compromising on the relation with banks. I think that has to come. There is no choice. And central bank is driving to see the less, the cashless operations happening in Oman for different reasons. Not only for, to be, sort of any prestigious things. It is a must, and we need to do this. Yes.
Sure. I think, gentlemen, we are running a little bit short of time right now. We have an award ceremony as well to take place. We can take 2 questions from the audience. If anyone is interested in asking a question to our panelists, they can raise their hand. Our team is there to give you the mics. Any questions from the audience? Okay. There is. Okay, one last question to you about, we have the regulators sitting in the audience today. What support banks do you require? We have listened to His Excellency, talked about a lot of initiatives. It's a great step, What more do you want from the Central Bank of Oman for strengthening the banks to make them more resilient as well and to withstand the futures? Our question is for Mr. Khalid and Mr. Yawan.
I think after what we hear today from His Excellency, it's very important, and I think banks should follow now. I think we have to be ready. Once these all initiatives coming into reality, we have to be ready, because we have to do something now to be ready to save the time. I think we have a very extensive regulatory activities happening now when it comes into digitalization as central bank. So I think banks should work in parallel. There is a good collaboration between central bank and OBA, all the initiatives going there. So I think we have to be ready from our side once these coming into reality to start immediately without further delay.
Sure. Ivan, any suggestions on that?
Yeah, I think we're strongly encouraged by the great actions and activity, especially around the FinTech and the related regulations and advice and so on. I think, for example, requiring that every transaction that takes place in Oman must have an E or a digital option. You know, these kind of things are really good at pushing things forward. So I think that continued energy, that continued support and encouragement for banks, of course, but then of course, for the collaboration aspects that I think we all, as an industry, are expecting to have to be doing in terms of partnership with fintechs, supporting fintechs, working with fintechs. I think it'd be great to see more, because there's great development already, so more, please. Thank you.
Mr. Ali, I'm extremely sorry. I may have another question which is completely out of the syllabus for you on this. We are talking about collaborating locally, competing locally as well, building local competencies. What about competition from across the border? If you look at the crypto ecosystem, which is not under the purview of the local regulatory authorities, I can store my money with cryptos, I can invest over there, and I have got safe investment options also, and I've got the returns which no other asset quality can offer. How banks are going to gear up for that? For example, I've been talking to a couple of wealth managers in the banks. I said, do you have cryptos in your portfolio? They said, we don't offer it because of the risks involved over there. How do we manage that competition?
Very easy question. Cryptocurrencies are, it's a difficult one, really. Cryptocurrencies, the demand for the cryptocurrency came from the demand for e-commerce and digital payments. That created cryptocurrencies. Now, cryptocurrencies are very risky, in my view, and these are my personal views on the subject. Bitcoin today is like, what, 42,000 US dollar? 5 days ago, it was 48,000 US dollar. The volatility is extremely high. In many cryptocurrencies. There are thousands of cryptocurrencies. I don't even know the number. Some say 6,500 cryptocurrencies, some say even 10,000. The numbers vary widely. We will see more of those cryptocurrencies in the world because that's an open market. Sure. But they're inherently not safe. And regulators really have, around the world, and I'm sure here as well, have looked at cryptocurrencies. Are they an asset class or are they a currency? Yeah, and different territories have treated them differently. Yeah, there is no one right answer. However, central banks, again, around the world, have and are considering their own cryptocurrencies, their own digital currency, if you like.
CBDCs, yeah.
Exactly,
yep.
Absolutely. And there are arguments for and against. So China is a leader in that. They have already have, many countries have, even European Central Bank have said 2025, I think, that they may have a euro currency or digital currency. Many countries like Russia, Brazil, even Georgia have plans for their central bank currencies. But many others are wait and see, like the US Federal Reserve, like the Bank of England, have no plans yet. They're wait and see because, again, as I mentioned, there is no right answer. The argument for central bank currencies is that they're safe, they protect, they reduce the illegal activities. The arguments against it is that Now government and regulators are interfering in marketplace. There are more regulations, and that's understandable. That's why the U.S. Federal Reserve actually have hold. So that's the situation. There's no right answer. It's a wait-and-see game.
Sure. I think that's it for the day for the panel discussion. We will take this agenda forward of digital transformation in the financial services through our digital media platforms like oerlive.com, alamiliktisad.com as well. Plus, we have another event coming up next month, which is OER Live's conference on digital transformation strategies for the future growth. Thank you, gentlemen, for the very informative, very immersive discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you all for such an engaging debate. And after some serious discussions, it's time for some celebrations now. And we'd like to present Oman Banking and Finance Awards powered by OER. It's an OER initiative to acknowledge the achievements of the best performers in the banking and non-banking financial sectors in the Sultanate. Now, to take you through the awards presentation, I'd like to invite onto stage Mr. Mayank Singh, Executive Vice President and Group Editor, United Media Services, to please come up on stage.
Good morning, Your Excellencies and distinguished guests. Banking and finance is a bellwether sector for Oman's economy, and its robust performance, despite strong headwinds, is a sign of a promising tomorrow. It's my pleasure to announce the Oman Banking and Finance Awards 2021. A word on the methodology. The winners have been selected based on a survey of banks and NBFCs done by OER and U Capital. The results are verified by Abu Timam Grant Thornton. The survey was based on the banks and NBFCs' financial performance on various parameters over the last 4 years during 2017 to 2020. The banks with total assets of over 3 billion Omani riyals by the end of 2019 were considered for the large banks category awards, whereas banks with total assets below 3 billion Omani riyals were placed in the mid-sized banks category. Overall, we are going to present 24 awards, including the special awards across banking, finance, investment, insurance, and technology domains. I would now like to request our Honorable Chief Guest, His Excellency Tahir Salim Al-Amri, to please come on stage to present the awards to the winners. Your Excellency, please. I would also like to invite Mr. Atulya Sharma and Mr. Said Al-Mashni, General Manager, Corporate Affairs and Business Development of United Media Services, to kindly join His Excellency on stage. First set of awards for the morning is in the finance and leasing segment. We start with the award for excellence in customer experience in finance and leasing. The winning company is known for its finance and leasing portfolio of products and services that are easily accessible to its existing as well as new customer base. The company is also known for ease of documentation, quick approvals, and most importantly, providing loans and financial support to individual and SMEs. It is a step ahead of its with its customer-centric approach. With a network of 20 branches across major cities and governorates and digital platforms, the winning company provides customers with an experience that is fast, easy, and reliable. Ladies and gentlemen, the first award of the day goes to Excellence in Customer Experience in Finance and Leasing to National Finance. Congratulations, National Finance. The next award is a special one for a finance and leasing company for achieving 2 decades of excellence in finance and leasing. The winning company has emerged as the second largest finance and leasing firm with more than 70,000 customers. It has played an active role in supporting SMEs. Its mobile app and data mining capabilities underline its commitment towards ensuring customer delight. It has consistently focused on enhancing the skill sets of local talent, resulting in the highest Omanization levels at all levels and strong organizational foundations with new capabilities. The winner is Tajir Finance. Congratulations, Tajir Finance. The next award is for excellence in mobile app-based leasing and financial services. The winning company's customers can apply for a new loan through its mobile app without visiting the branch, and this feature makes the experience hassle-free. The app offers a comprehensive suite of services, including paying monthly installments, viewing transaction details, requesting for balance outstanding letter, and other services. The winner is National Finance. Congratulations. Our next set of awards is in the insurance category. And the first award in this category is for excellence in Islamic insurance. The winning company was established in 2014 as a response to the pressing need of the public to have an Islamic insurance model reflecting the social beliefs of the country, which is shared with other Islamic countries that have long-established traditions in the takaful business. Since its inception, the products of the winning company have been geared towards serving the community by covering risks and providing security and peace of mind to its customers. The winner is Takaful Oman Insurance. Congratulations, Takaful Oman Insurance. Our next award is for excellence in insurance. The winning company is the largest insurance company in Oman with leadership in medical motor insurance based on total premiums in 2020. It has a strong network of branches and intermediary brokers and agencies with around hundreds of combined touchpoints for policy, sales, and service, backed by a robust technology system. The winner is National Life and General Insurance. Congratulations, National Life and General. Our next award is for the Insurance Person of the Year. He is the CEO of a leading insurance company with industry experience of 3 decades. He is spearheading the company's transformation initiative to digitize processes, customer centricity, optimize resource, and create value for all stakeholders, including shareholders, customers, employees, and regulators. In tough COVID circumstances, he fast-tracked digitization of various processes and service delivery platforms to ensure uninterrupted customer service. His proactive approach ensured that business continuity was guaranteed, and the insurance company which he leads was one of the few insurance companies which achieved healthy growth in business with profitability along with good customer service under lockdown circumstances. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the Insurance Person of the Year, Mr. Sunil Kohli, CEO of Dhofar Insurance. Moving on, we are now going to present our next set of awards on the technology side. The first award in this category is for excellence in innovative cloud-based services. The winning company has been the first and the only provider to date in Oman to introduce virtual cloud solutions and offers Microsoft Azure Stack services, along with an ISO 27001 Information Security Management, ISO 20000 IT Service Management System, and its PCI DSS, which stands for Payment Card Industry Data Security Standard Certified. It has enabled OpEx-based cloud services for its customers' digital transformation efforts, offering economical pay-as-you-grow model. No prizes for guessing this one, it's Oman Data Park. Congratulations, Oman Data Park. The next award is for excellence in FinTech. The winning company continues to invest in solutions that focus on ease and convenience, supporting the company's vision of being the preferred financial provider in Oman. The company has invested in technologically advanced solutions, including its bouquet of e-channels, to enhance customer engagement. In a unique digital solution, the winning company's sales team is able to remotely capture customer details on a mobile device for faster loan approvals at the customer's convenient time and place. The winner is National Finance. Congratulations. Our next award is for the Technology Person of the Year. He is the CEO of Oman Market in a leading end-to-end digital solutions company, offering industry-leading digital infrastructure, digital business solutions, security, and services. In his current position, he helps corporates overcome the challenges they face today and accelerate their digital transformation journey. With his global perspective, entrepreneurial mindset, and 22 years of industry experience in different capacities across Europe, Middle East, and Africa, he is recognized as a leader in the corporate transformation domain. He has worked his way up from being an engineer to earn a seat at the C-suite table. His career has focused on operations, optimization, and governance, with a highlight on developing and executing business strategies to achieve great customer experience and high-performance culture. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for the Technology Person of the Year, Mr. Eddie Aboud, CEO of GBM Oman. Congratulations, Mr. Aboud. Our next award is for outstanding contribution to digital payments growth. The winning company launched an app called Khidma in 2016 as part of its effort to deliver an easy payments experience for all stakeholders across the Sultanate. The application provides an integrated and seamless platform that offers electronic payment solutions for corporates as well as individuals. Through the app, users can pay and check electricity, water, and telecom bills, as well as make a payment to the Public Authority for Social Insurance, or PASI. They can recharge entertainment subscriptions, top up phones, prepaid electricity, and other services through smartphones, without the need to visit the company's branches. The winner is, and I think it's self-explanatory, Oman Investment and Finance Company for Khidma. Congratulations to OIFC and more power to Khidma. Congratulations, and now we are going to present 2 awards in the securities brokerage segment. The first award is for excellence in brokerage and research services. The winning company's assets under management and custody are nearly US $1.1 billion. It has raised approximately US $11 billion via IPOs, rights issues, private placements, collecting bank services, and M&A. Supported by its strong equity research and institutional sales service, or the institutional sales team, the company ranks #1 on the Muscat Stock Exchange in terms of brokerage. The winner is Ubhar Capital. Congratulations, Ubhar Capital. Our next award is in the segment is for the Business Leader of the Year. He is the chairman and CEO of a leading investment services company that he co-founded in 1994. Currently, he also holds the prestigious title of the Honorary Counsel of the Australian Government to the Sultanate of Oman. In addition, he is a member of the Committee of the Labour Market Regulatory and a member of the Oman Saudi Council at the Oman Chamber of Commerce and Industry. He is also a member of the Oman-France Business Association and the Omani Society of Intellectual Property. He holds a board membership in several publicly listed companies. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our Business Leader of the Year, Mr. Mohammad Ahmad Salman, Chairman and CEO of United Securities. Congratulations, Mr. Salman. It's time now for some special award for banks. The first award is for excellence in wealth management. The winning bank's wealth management unit manages a portfolio of over 227 million Omani riyals, marking a 39% increase in the last 3 years. Their customers enjoy Sharia-compliant investments tailor-made to their specific needs and also provide good returns. The investment plans are an ideal choice for anyone looking for a more secure tomorrow. The winner of Excellence in Wealth Management is Bank Nizwa. Congratulations, Bank Nizwa. Our next award is for Excellence in Islamic Retail Banking. With an expanding portfolio of products and services, the winning bank is on a fast trajectory to grow its retail banking offering. Its growing retail portfolio reaffirms the bank's commitment to a customer-first approach based on a systematic customer feedback process to continuously provide enhanced products and services. It gives opportunity to avail modern banking products, especially for young people, women, and new investors, in accordance with the Islamic Sharia rules and laws, through an expanding network of technology-enabled solutions and a growing branch network across the Sultanate. The winner of Excellence in Islamic Retail Banking is Ahli Islamic. Congratulations, Ahli Islamic. Our next award is for the best rated mobile banking application. The winning bank's mobile banking app enjoys the highest cumulative user ratings on Google Play Store, Apple App Store, and Huawei's App Gallery. The app comes with a simple user experience for fast banking. The bilingual app is biometrically enabled and is a one-stop shop for all banking needs that gives the freedom to manage your account anytime and anywhere. The winner is Ali's Islamic Bank for its mobile banking app. Congratulations, Ali's Islamic Bank. The next award is for Excellence in Customer Experience. The winning bank provides convenient banking experience to its customers through different customer touchpoints, like a highly secure and user-friendly digital banking channel, including mobile banking, internet banking, ATMs and CDMs, and customer engagement hub. Its top-notch revamped branches are designed to provide convenient banking experience to the customers, reflecting the traditional Omani culture of hospitality. The winner is Bank Dhofar. Congratulations, Bank Dhofar. Our next award is for Excellence in Building National Talent. The winning bank is continuously investing in HR initiatives such as LEAD to transform local talent into the leaders of tomorrow. They have adopted SAFE, which stands for Scaled Agile Framework for Enterprise approach in delivering values to customers and enhancing operational efficiency. The winner is Oman Arab Bank. Congratulations, Oman Arab Bank. Our next award is for excellence in digital transformation. The winner has celebrated a string of milestones in its exciting digital leadership journey and continues to drive innovation in the banking sector and deliver a customer-first experience. A bank of first since inception, it has embraced the latest technologies and launched groundbreaking digital products. The bank's relentless focus on digitalization, combined with a forward-thinking approach, meant that during the pandemic, it was more than ready to adapt to working from home and cater to the growing needs for contactless and remote services. The winner is National Bank of Oman. Congratulations, National Bank of Oman. The next award is for excellence in private banking. The winning bank's private banking offering under exclusive delivers more value for the wealth of the bank's elite clients and provides expert financial and investment solutions to high net worth clients, offering them a personalized, world-class banking experience. The bank's premium customers can take advantage of a range of financial and non-financial privileges, promising maximized returns and minimized risks. The recipient of excellence in private banking is Ali Bank. Congratulations, Ahli Bank. The next award is for excellence in innovative products and solutions. With its vast range of innovative products and creative solutions, the winning bank caters to customers' needs and requirements and sets the standard for the best customer experience. It has repositioned its products, services, and financial solutions to suit the needs of each customer to ensure that the innovative products and services cover all segments of society, including children, youth, ladies, expatriates, and priority banking customers. The winner is Bank Dhofar. Congratulations, Bank Dhofar. Now we are going to present 3 awards as per the OER and U Capital survey of the best banks and non-banking finance companies. The first award in this segment is for the best non-banking finance company. The winning company has performed admirably on growth, sustainability, productivity, and efficiency parameters to emerge as the winner. The winner is National Finance Company. Congratulations. Our next award is for the best bank in the mid-sized banks category. The winning bank has come on top on the strength of its performance on parameters including gross loans, customer deposits, fee income, operating profit, and net profit. The winner of the best banks in the mid-sized category is Bank Nizwa. Congratulations, Bank Nizwa. Now we come to the top of the food chain. The next award is for the best bank in the large bank segment. At times, it's difficult to balance size and scale with efficiency and agility. But this bank has done it consistently over the years. The winning bank has performed so well over the last few years that it has made it to the top this year for the third year in a row, which is impressive performance on parameters including fee income, net profit, operating profit per branch, and per employee, return on average assets and equity, and capital adequacy ratio. Please put your hands together and a big win, and let's have a thunderous applause for the best bank among large bank segment, Bank Muscat. Congratulations, Bank Muscat. This brings us to the last award of the day, and it's a different kind of an award. This award is for the most innovative campaign of the year, contributing towards a national cause. Packaged in a manner to promote local tourism and reflect the breathtaking touristic sites of the country, Sohar International's Prize Cream 2021 draw events were situated across the Sultanate. Under the theme of In Oman We Win, the event locations and highlights played a complementary role to the government's extensive efforts in promoting Oman as a touristic hub for local tourism as well as international tourism. Over the last couple of months, the draws have highlighted beautiful governorates starting from Musandam to Dhofar, shedding light on the several famous cultural and historical sites, as well as some breathtaking scenery. Can we have a look at the video of the campaign before we present the award to just get a context?
متابعينا الأحبة، أهلا وسهلا بكم من فندق أتانا مسندم
في شمال الشرقية
مع الفواكه الحلوة في ولاية نخل، تحديدا في قرية وكان محافظة الداخلية.
اليوم نحن في محافظة الوسطى
من محافظة ظفار. أهلا وسهلا بكم في جنوب الشرقية.
Beauty has an address and it's Oman. We invite Sohar International's representative to receive the award for the most innovative campaign of the year. Congratulations. This brings us to the end of Oman Banking and Finance Awards 2021, powered by OER. Thank you, Your Excellency, Mr. Atulya Sharma and Mr. Said Al-Mashni for doing the honors. Please, Your Highness. On behalf of OER, we thank Ubhar Capital team for conducting the survey and Abu Timam Grant Thornton team for validating the results. Before we leave for a break, I'd like to inform you that UMS is coming up with more exciting events in the coming months. We have Alam Al-Iqtisad Best Performing Companies Awards in November. Next month, we are going to organize OER Live Digital Conference on Digital Transformation Strategies for the Future. Here's a short video on the upcoming event. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for a break now. All of you are requested to kindly return in 20 minutes' time as we have interesting sessions lined up post the coffee break. Thank you very much.
All right, so welcome back. We've lined up 5 presentations in this session. And our first presenter post the break. So our first presenter post the break is Mr. Hassan Abdul Ali, GM Service Delivery and Project Management Office at Oman Data Park. During his 37 years of experience, out of which 30 years are in the banking sector, Hassan has worked with some of the top leaders in IT, including VMware, Azure Cloud, IBM Power, Red Hat KMV, and a list of names to go with that. He has been involved in key projects such as Cisco collaboration, IBM middleware, EFT switch technology implementation, and Citrix virtualization. A veteran in the banking sector in Oman, he was also instrumental in the implementation of various banking applications, e-government systems, B2B, B2G, enterprise service, bus, e-business applications, and BPM. His topic for the presentation is HPC and AI as a service for banking and FinTech. Please help me in welcoming Mr. Hassan Abdul Ali to the stage.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be here and sharing with you Oman Data Park journey towards the cloud and AI platforms. Today we're going to talk about the cloud profile, AI introduction. It's very important to know what is the AI and what is the difference between HPC and AI. Not every HPC is an AI, but every AI is an HPC. Please keep this in the mind. AI application for banking particularly, there is some of the case studies. We're going to show you about Oman Data Park AI platforms, and finally we'll come to the conclusion. Oman Data Park have 3 data centers across the Oman. Out of 350 racks with the power of 1.2 data processing in the COM, we have another data center in Wataya, and the 3rd data center is in the Duqm. Right now, we start establishing a new project, which is going to cover 8 megawatts, 1,000 rack, which is going to serve the entire economy. Of course, Oman Data Park, as you can see, we have a different kind of services and portfolio, starting from infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, software as a service, application as a service, and of course, groundbreaking technology which is coming soon is AI as a service. With all of this portfolio, we are offering side-by-side managed services to complement the entire solution at one stop. This slide from here is very important to know how you can cloudify your technology and how you can move towards the cloud journey. Now, this kind of movement is building blocks. Initially, everyone have his own kind of data center, which is most importantly that is going to consider the capital expenditure and operating. So first building block of your data centers is the first one, where you are considering the chiller and your what's called the cooling unit, mechanical, electrical, surveillance, all of these building blocks is a very high cost. So most of people are trying to get away of this and moving to the co-location as a service. When you come co-location as a service, then you are almost cost-cutting about 30%. This is the starting point. 30% of cost is going to cut off from the zero capex and 30% reduction in the operating expenditure. The more you move into infrastructure, of course, you're not buying any hardwares from the compute node, storage, networking. Therefore, you are cost-cutting 40%, and that's completely managed. It's very important. Some of the companies are looking the end of their equipment's life cycle. So they have to recapitalize these equipments. In this context, you're not going to consider because the change is happening across the technology and end of your product's life cycles. Therefore, 40% is cost cutting while moving on the cloud at the fingertip. It's just, you just take a decision of contracting and you are immediately infrastructure as a service. Sometimes you go further. You want to reduce your operating cost and capital cost of licenses toward the platforms. Therefore, we are offering a variety of the platform from Windows and Linux. And of course, soon we have already reaching Kubernetes as a service and AI. So here, that you're not going to even consider the licenses perspective from the operating perspective, neither perpetual license. This is very important also to reduce the cost. So the more you go forward, the less costs become. Now, we have noticed, we have introduced almost more than 20 plus services from the software as a service. Of course, here we are offering Exchange, domain controllers, database as a service, and also e-sign, for example. This year we have already launched it. Of course, you don't need to go and procure this kind of technology and build it. Perhaps you can come and contract and immediately use these technologies. Some of these technologies are already in the place. That's the layer which we are showing. The most important is the last layer, before the last layer, which is CAS as an API stack. Here, the banking as a platform, this is the way forward. Today's revolution, which is happening in the banking, they want a microservices environment. They want to bring the monolithic application into a component in order to reuse it with the partner. Therefore, ODP is facilitating this by introducing 3 technologies. One is called Kubernetes, which is containers, and second one is the Docker, and third one is the OpenShift. We have built it for one of our big customers in telecom. Thanks God, we have already live now with that. So giving you the last layer and application, we work with our partner side by side. So we are talking here not only for banking, we are talking about telecom, airline, banking, insurance, healthcare, and even education center, research centers, in order to facilitate all these layers, keeping them the last layer to compose their applications in a very ad hoc and fast manner. So what we are saying here today, the message. We are saying the message, don't try to focus from right now on your strategies towards the infrastructure and platform. Just focus about your data. You have to be innovative. You have to be fast to the market. Now, how I can do that? Now, I know I've been working in the banking for the last 3 decades. I was 30 years in the banking, and data was a big challenge. Today, we've been hearing that data has been splashed around and is scattered. So how I can federate this data? Can I federate this data? And remember, from now on onwards, your decisions making for any, for example, loan or for LC guarantees, 60% of the data, I've been doing a research, is data which is not belongs to you. It's in the market. You need social data information. You need market changes information. From where you'll get this data? You need to plug in this to the market from internet and abstract these informations in a real time. Therefore, the platform for the building big data is the way forward. We're facilitating that, so you can abstract the information from your all operational systems in a federated mode, in federation mode, and try to also abstract the information from the internet in order to achieve a real and right decision making. Of course, there's a lot of technical challenges here. Okay, being said that, we are taking the overhead here and trying to simplify it for you. We work very closely with our customers for all the sectors, And we are sitting to the level even to moderate and even facilitate and design. We're helping a lot of transformation to the design level and even to uplift them from being a brick and mortar application to the latest microservices. So what we are saying here, the message, please focus on your data and focus your innovations and business process management. So what is AI? Now let's go about, try to understand what is AI. Honestly, AI is a terminology. AI is not, it's an acronym. It consists of multiple systems. What are these systems? Cognitive system, knowledge base, expert system, machine learning, deep learning, computer vision, natural language processing, robotic systems. All of these is an eco-environment which is interconnected to drive you to solve a problem, to deliver a solution. So for example, I'll give you just a quick one. Now Tesla, we know Tesla already have self-driving car. But if you look this self-driving car, what does it consist of? It consists of computer vision. Why computer vision? Because the AI is trying to mimic a human. We have eye, so computer would like to have an eye. So therefore, cameras there to read the entire objects around the nose. This is human, this is car, this is animal, and start learning. And these learnings already happened. It's been happening in the growth of the data which has happened across the world. Now, I think 40 zettabyte. 40 zettabyte is being reached. And of course, they are looking at in the next 3 years going to be doubled. So AI is hungry of the data. By generation of 5G and by generation of the latest computing power from the CPU, GPU, TPU, APU, and DPU. These are all the new processors coming into the market to facilitate the parallel processing and taking the decisions into a HPC environment. So, why AI came now? By the way, AI has been footed from 1956. So the revolution of 5G, because IoT is, why 5G? IoT is lived on the telecommunication. So by generating this information, every mobile is IoT, camera is an IoT, and many devices now is happening to be converted to be an IoT. So data's generation toward the internet is a lot. So the growth of the data and the power of the computing, which I said CPU, GPU, DPU, TPU, all of these, TPU is tensor processing unit, DPU is data processing unit, APU is acceleration processing unit. All of these are coming on board to segment the data processing in a very fast manner. For example, I'll give you, aside, not to mention about quantum computing, that's keep it on side at the moment, but to process this data, for example, on a normal CPU is taking, let's say, a year, and they have real example. Now it's going to take us seconds. And there are some of the examples going to show. The smart algorithm, the complete AI is an algorithm. It is designed to fit with the data, and this algorithm is going to compose the intelligence of the human to mimic in order to bring you the fast manner decisions. Now, as I said, there are so many components of the AI, which I have been saying about knowledge base. I think you're using it without feeling. Now let's talk about a knowledge base, for example. Google search. You are typing and it's going to provide you immediately the complete sentence of search from where he knows what I want to type. There's a cognitive function into this. Therefore, these are already in place and using it. Recently, they have already launched virtual assistants of the clinic. You're talking to computer. You're talking, now I'm talking to you. This is natural language. The same is applied to the computer. Of course, right now it's in English, but down the stream is going to be transferred to other languages as well. So NLP, natural language processing, is booming into the technology where I can facilitate this. Let me give you an example. I have implemented, when I was in Oman Arab Bank, a contact center solution, and where there are two ways a customer can call the IVR or he can call to the agent. IVR is a robotic system, but it's static. It's not dynamic. It's just giving you, if you want funds transfer, press this button. If you want account receivable, for example, a payment system, press this button. Now, what if the customer wants to talk to him? Can the AI facilitate this? Yes. Therefore, it's been born with the natural language processing and chatbot. I think if you use Amazon, and sometimes, for example, you have problems delivering your items, you can chat. You're chatting with the robotic system. It's an AI next to you. After that, if that problem has not been fixed, it's going to be routed to the agent. So there's a lot of intelligence you can fit into your operational decisions. And I'm going to show you how the automation of the loan processing can be facilitating in AI decisions. Now here, as I said, natural language, natural networking, robotic, machine learning, each one of these have a separate function. You don't need to use all of them to solve one problem. You might use one of them to solve one of the problems. These are building blocks. You can compose one, or you can build it in a block. It depends on you the way you want to put it into an order. Now, some people are asking me, is AI machine learning? No. AI is not a machine learning. Machine learning is a subset of AI. Deep learning is a subset of machine learning. Why deep learning? You see, a human's brain is almost consists of billion of neurals network. These networks taking decisions. Now, can we put a picture to the computer, for example? Can he break down what are these pictures, for example? So let's say I have fed to the computer a million of pictures and tell him, please identify from these pictures, the one person is called XYZ. He can scan and immediately give you the answer in a very fast manner. Imagine if I'm going to do this as a human, a million pictures, I need a month maybe. So this kind of intelligence is been coming. Deep learning is almost simulating human brains. And machine learning, which is the power of algorithm. And they are both a subsystem of the AI. Now we are enough with giving overview of what is the AI. Now let's talk about a couple of applications. See, you have a data. How I can generate potential from this data? How I can reuse this data? Now you need to stage this data in a form of big data to process it. To do so, you have to federate your data. For example, from core banking system, from trade finance, from payment systems, from the marketing, and some of the data you are hungry to get it from social media. For example, there's a lot of business happening on social media right now, on the Facebook, on the WhatsApp. Can I fetch this data and take a decision? Yes. Here we are offering you the platforms which is going to facilitate for you in a cognitive model to abstract this information into your big data platforms and take a right decision. But taking the decisions is depend on your smart algorithm. And here also there are so many of smart algorithms which is going to facilitate this for you. So the information is the oil. We are living in the oceans of data. How I can reconstruct this data to generate the potential in business. By the way, if you read some of the in the research, if you do a research like last year I have done, how banking as a service as a platform is going to come up. Mongo Bank managed to bring 4.5 million customers in 2 years without having office, completely running on a cloud from Amazon. They have utilized the power of Amazon as a cloud. They use the power of open source systems in Kubernetes, and they can scale even to 100 millions. Imagine the power is where? It's in the cloud, because you don't need to procure any hardware. And it's elastic. Please remember, this is elastic. The more you want, the more you get it on time. Your power is servicing 100,000 customers, you want 200,000 customers, it's on demand. It's on demand. So these are right now the hot topics, how I can consume my data and generate information. Data is not information. You need to generate information from the data. Of course, how we can facilitate this, we're going to visualize this for you. You don't need to procure any hardware. You just need a connection with us over internet or a fiber connection or P2P or MPLS, and then utilize the power of the AI which is on your fingertip. Remember, collecting the information from RDBMS is a big challenge. Therefore, we are bringing you tools and technology can abstract this in a very fashionable manner. Well, how we can bring the... Can we have, I want to move. Because I want freedom to move. Can I get the mic here? Yeah. So we are facilitating, forgive me, I'm just sidetracking, integration with the social media, that technology which we are offering, it can be easily integrated with the social media. It is already integrated with the governments. For example, when we have introduced e-sign, the e-sign is immediately integrated with the Ministry of Technology, where you can sign your document from your ID card. Also, it's integrated with the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Oman Chamber of Commerce, and the list is completely growing day after day, and as well as Muscat security market. And the integration is not a challenge here, but what I'm saying here, that when you're coming on board, you're getting the benefits of all of this. Now, how I can get benefits of the risk management and decision making. So here what we are offering you, a very cognitive model, looking the pattern of the risk associated with while you're doing decisions of, let's say, stopping this card. A customer have done a transaction in Matra, and then after 2 minutes you have done it in Salala. The cognitive system will recognize this is not a genuine transaction. How customer can shortcut this distance in 2 minutes? Immediately your card got blocked. The decisions also, by looking to the information which came from fraud management systems. And by the way, we are not building the algorithm. We are extracting this algorithm from the international market. And some of them is already running on AWS. There is like a service from AWS. You send them information, it's going to tell you this transaction is genuine or can be a risk for you. Putting the ability of decision making, let me give you an example also here. Suppose a customer have a card. This card belongs to me. I gave this card to my wife. She went did the transaction on ATM. The ATM have catch up the picture. Immediately he recognized this is female picture. It's not a male. This card belongs to a person as a male. And immediately alerts to the bank. Bank's alerting to the customer. Did you give your card to customer? You can't do it today because a million of transactions happening. But HPC and AI can facilitate this in a very, very fast manner, microservices. This is one of them as a case. I'm not saying this is the one you have to build it, but this is just a quick one. You're talking to a customer, you can do teleconferencing with customer, and computer can talk to you, you can talk to him, and do all your services and problem solving. So machine learning, in short, what it's doing, it's giving a complete solution for not only for banking, non-banking, but also banking and insurance, and can brokerage these informations and integration in order to facilitate your decision making. One of them we are bringing on board is the automation of loan processing. You have, of course, loan processing. But let me tell you, if I give this loan to a customer, and that customer in his, let's say, medical checkup and his blood check report is showing he might get diseases which is a risk in the next 3 years. Can you do this now? No. HPC and AI is doing this. I mean, ultimately AI. What it does, it's not reading ordinary information. It's using its fast manner of all probability in order to examine the risk which is associated in taking decision of this loan. You can break down your process, your algorithms, and your intelligence, which you are using right now, into the computer in a very fast manner. So I'm almost, let's say, every day processing 100, let's say, loans. Can I facilitate to bring the loan online? Yes. It's happening now fast. In China, the loan granted to the customer based on his transactions nature, on his transactions pattern. Is they examining you? There's no one is going to process this loan. It's fully AI. It examines your transaction patterns for the last maybe 1 year, and is associating the risk. It's saying this risk, oh, I am granting this loan or not. Now, how much I can grant? The lower you do the transaction, the lower loan can be granted to you. So microservices and micro financing is already achieved now in finance using a complete portfolio. And by the way, Nothing is secret here. It's a complete open source, and libraries and algorithms are available on spot. You need to compose it. You need to integrate it. You need to design it. Increasing the experience, as Lon, I said, speed underwriting. Let's take some of them case. Robo-advisor, I'll just give you here. Robo-advisor is a robotic systems, is a soft robotic systems. What it does, it checks the consumer's client current financial status. It targets the expected returns. Risk appetite. Imagine how fast this can be achieved. And such portfolio allocate for you to grant the loan from major inputs here is not a human, is a robo-advisor. See, I gave you 2 examples. You can go and check. Betterment and Wealthfront, they are doing it right now. You go online, and they can grant you the what's called complete financial advisors, services, without having any human intervention. We are also bringing another model here. You have a lot of documents in the bank, from let's say from the loan, from this let's say vouchers, from the Word document, which is even some of them as contracted, like paper-based, and that completely can be converted into a digital. So digitalizing these documents, it goes in a very, very fast manner. And it doesn't also just scanning, no, it is scanning it in OCR, which is optical character recognition. So it takes that scan and transform it to text, so that help you even in searching. Imagine you have big library of books, or you have in banks, you can use this technology to facilitate complete transformation from being paper to paperless. As I said, let's say you are getting, your call center is getting 50,000 emails during one day. And which email is important, which email is not important, what is the problem? So for example, there is a requirement someone to read this email. Again, I'm saying cognitive model. To read and sense there's a problem with this email, and isolate it and sending it to the agent. This is already in place, and mostly is being used aggressively in support centers and IVR, and then ultimately contact center. Chatbot, as I said, someone wants to talk, then it's a robotic systems, and then there is a natural language processing. If no, someone wants to text chatting, that's also, I think it's already in the market. You're doing, if you go to Amazon, you'll find it's already there. Initial chatting going to be done by robotic systems in AI, and finally is going to land to the human, the agent, after it's been filtered. So how ODP is facilitating this? See, there is no one solution, but this is generally, all the infrastructure, as I said, of AI is being footed. We have top-of-the-range technology, which is processing 10 petaflop. 2 petaflop is a mainframe. So logically, we have 10 mainframes is being hosted at ODP. Now, you can take these services on demand. You have to define your power requirement. I want, for example, let's say 100 megaflops. Okay, I want to do a processing for 1 month, and then I leave out. You just need to bring your data, and then you have a complete visual environment, and you do what-if analysis after you stage your data. This is one of the choice. Another choice, no, you need it for permanent. Then we offer you, of course, the big data platforms, and you can stage your data. We're not touching your data. Try to understand this. Your data is completely secured. It's under your control. We're just simplifying, enabling, amplifying the processing power which you need to take your underlying the technology, mainly of your data. So correlating this data, linking this data, bringing the knowledge, bringing cognitive thinking, we will give you a complete virtual environment. Therefore, we have given this, for example, to the universities now. The students is already doing a lot of R&D. There's a lot of R&D, and even some of them is gone to the healthcare. Let me give you a healthcare example. When you're doing an MRI has been given to the doctor. Doctor scanning it to diagnose this is needing 4 to 5 hours. When we're presenting this reading to the AI platform, it's taking 45 seconds. Imagine how fast it is. So We are also offering you workspace as a service. During the pandemic, I think you are aware that Oman Data Park facilitated the customers. Our customers, staff have been locked down. They couldn't go out to the offices. And we have facilitated for them to work from home in less than 3 days. Also, I have been working with the Royal Hospital. The doctor's been locked down, and patients also locked down. No one can reach the hospital. What we did, we facilitated through the mobile. Doctor was talking to the patient, reading his healthcare history, and immediately it's a virtual clinic, but human, but doctor. With AI, you can be robotic as well, an AI. So here we are offering you a complete workspace as a service from anywhere. Remember, this is resulting us to reach business continuity from anywhere. Remember, all the banks have the primary data center and they have DR. Within the DR, the BCP is locked within the same DR locations. Can we do BCP from anywhere? Yes. And therefore, we have done it for a couple of customers. Not to mention, it's not bank. We have done it. And one of them is a very big telecom. And this is a very high architect model is showing you. We're taking the full security measurements here, as you can see. The forefronting layer, the two-factor authentication, PCI DSS compliance has been completely regulated. And if you see from the right side is your core banking application and your core applications which is running at the bank. So from the beginning till this big wire is we are taking the full responsibility. And we will integrate with your back-end systems as well. Conclusion. See, you like it or you don't like it. I'm saying this message because I gave a speech on all, in oil and gas, telecom, banking, everywhere. Your monolithical application is going to die. You like it or you don't like it. It's going to die. The transformation to the cloud is happening. Now, Microsoft Enterprise Agreement is being changing to 365. Oracle is changing his infrastructure into the cloud. Cloudifying is a way forward. Embedded and running on a new platforms technology, which is called AI. AI as a service is happening. Remember, every problem right now is happening. There is a programmer. There are people sitting and programming this logic for you. Now, no, there's nothing called programmer in the AI. You feed the data, and the AI is taking the data and looking it. Segmenting it. It's a supervised model, unsupervised model, and reinforcement model, and then it's bringing the decision on board. So this is happening. All the message, conclusion, legacy applications to die down the road. AI is overtaking all the latest development. Data is growing. GPU and CPU and TPU and APU and computing processing power is coming now in this life right now. It's already happened. So you have to rethink. You have to rephrase your strategy. I was surprised to see we are still lagging behind to moderate our data. The world is changing. It's going so fast. Cryptocurrency is overtaking the business from the banks. It is a dark market. Nobody knows who's controlling what. But there are trillions of dollars is being shifted. I myself got in 2001 an email to buy Bitcoin at $1. I have that email, even I've saved it. Imagine in 2012, now it's 47,000. Market is changing. AI is the key. It is going to touch the ground everywhere your data processing is happening. You feel it or don't feel it. So therefore, you have to rephrase your strategy. Some of them, an example, Google search, JP Morgan, even legal. Imagine legal decisions. Now, JP Morgan in contracting, intelligence of legal analysis is happening online. And it is proved to be more accurate than human. I was reading, I was surprised, 99% accuracy there. Google Eye is a doctor, as I told you. Facebook, it can capture your picture in this. It can identify is you are the person who is doing the right Facebooking or no. So, and even hateful messages, terrorist messages, all being considered. Virtual assistants, it's already available with a couple of the mobiles. Sarah, for example. And self-driving car, as I said, Tesla. Netflix, you are logging Netflix, it recognizes your age, your pattern, and it can also propose you what kind of films you have to watch. Gmail spam, you're not doing. Gmail is doing. It's filtering the spam emails for you. This is some of the example. Data is your asset. We cannot compare Oman Data Park ourselves with the big players, which is mainly GCP, Google, and Azure. We have Azure, by the way, IBM and AWS. But what we are doing in Oman, we give you one stop. We architect the solution for you. We take your hand by hand and move you into a cloud. We reduce your cost. We are trying to make you ready, enabling you for the future. We are trying to facilitate for your migrations towards the new strategies. So your data is your asset. We're not touching your data. Oman Data Parks guaranteed and can sign for you. We are not touching your data. Your data is yours. We are facilitating. We are hosting your data, but we are not touching your data. We are also trying to be fulfilling the whole regulation which is coming from the central bank, from the TRA, and many other bodies, which is trying to facilitate. Some of them are even let's say, healthcare as well. So get ready. Please get ready for the future. You have to microservice yourself. You have to move into cloud. You have to be ready to integrate with others jointly. You can offer a service and abstract the service, both. So if any customer, any organization wants to know about your customer, KYC, you charge him. You have the right to charge him. So all of these are happening in an ecosystem. It's almost remapping, is reconsidering the new futures, and AI is the heart right now. See, I hope that was informative. It's very time limited. Usually, the AI needs even a full day, okay, to get in and out. But I have a limited time. So if you have any question answer, I'm available another 15 minutes. And then you can also shoot a query to Oman Data Park, and we will answer you. If you have any question right now, I'm open for 5 minutes.
Mr. Hassan, thank you very much for taking a deep dive into, I'm on this site. Thank you very much for taking a deep dive into the world of HPC and AI. You mentioned about robo-advisors from the experience of Betterment and Wealthfront. Have you applied robo-advisor for wealth management application in the country?
No, we have not, but we have put the infrastructure for that. So our environment is ready for this. Now, if we notice the community is required, it is just a layer of an application which is need to be landed. If you saw my slides, okay, I can go dive you some of these slides. Can you go back to the slides? That slide is very important. If you up please. Where I was showing the application layer.
Right.
The data center layer, the infrastructure layer, the platform layer, the microservice layer, all of these are available. You just need to bring the applications.
Sure.
So that, yeah, if the market, we are looking for one case, like case studies, or a customer comes on board, we can facilitate this. See, we've noticed from the telecom, honestly. Telecom and energy are the booming one, honestly, starting. We already done it for that telecom. We put it in the heart of, a telecom is split in two parts, which is OBB and BMS, which is back office management systems. To facilitate the speed, yes, we put it in the heart and we build it for them. It didn't took from us more than 6 months. Likewise, for example, the loan. I do see the loan is the future, honestly. Decision making on loan, a lot of information are missing behind. And probability of this loan is not going to be stumbled over the time. You need this. We are doing it daily, honestly, and reduce the headache of recovery. Yeah?
Sure. Thank you very much.
So I subscribe to something called Market Mojo. That's an Indian stock market sort of a wealth management solution. It's very good as far as the data analysis is concerned. But when it comes to subjective things like the quality of management, there I don't see it perform the way a wealth manager would. So, what I'm trying to say is that there are challenges in terms of AI or deep learning not being able to achieve all the possible tasks.
See, I appreciate this point. AI is not going to fix all problems from day one. It's a maturity cycle is going to come over the time. See, banks have data for how many years now? But cleansing this data still is going on. See, some of these problems, there is no answer for that because still needs to enhance the human brain's processing, all right? Because AI is what? It's trying to mimic your brain.
Sir, I'm a account holder with Revolut,
Yeah.
which is a new bank.
Yeah.
Now they see whatever transactions I do, and they see the patterns, and they're able to offer me bespoke solutions or cross-sell to me products which, out of their portfolio, fit my needs. That the banks, the conventional banks, are not able to do. So they're sitting on the data, but like how the panelists were discussing, that data lies scattered and in various avatars, and nobody's integrating it and offering bespoke solutions to the clients.
You're right.
So that's what needs to happen. And
Yeah.
it's really heartening to see the sort of work that ODP is doing in this regard.
Precisely. You see, the data is scattered, as you said. To bring all of this on board, you need tools, you need technology. Therefore, big data and Hadoop is the way forward. But it's not going to, from day one, it's going to function. It's not just plug it in, that's it. Okay. You need to fashion that. You need to facilitate to staging this data into the big data, and then use the beauty of the algorithm which is around this data in order to reach. So this journey, we have to start. We have to begin. See, I don't think from day one, okay, we're going to get it over the time. So right now, I do remember when I was in the Oman National Bank, first ATM, we have introduced it in 1989. 4 years, nobody was coming across that ATM. People were scared. And our management was saying, we lost. No, we're not. Let's wait, be patient. Over the time it is now, de facto, right?
Agreed.
So likewise, we have to start somewhere. Now these technologies is not going to cover, if it's going to happen, it's going to happen in Europe, in US first, because they are much advanced than us. So what we're doing, we're trying to abstract their experience, we're trying to gather their experience, their knowledge, and bring it on the ground. This platform, which we have introduced it, is going to serve the entire society. But we saw initially the one who's starting up immediately is the energy sectors, the research center of of education, okay, and telecom. Banking, of course, is starting, but banking is still right now at the infant stage, let's say, okay? They are coming slowly. But remember, the banks have a lot of data. Where is the data? There's a potential of AI.
Absolutely.
Okay?
Thank you.
I hope that was informative. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hassan, for that very, very informative presentation. Our next presenter is Mr. Mujahid Saeed Zijali, General Manager, IT and Operations at Bank Nizwa. He's a strategic, decisive, and result-oriented leader with over 20 years of professional expertise with an in-depth knowledge in digital transformation and innovation. He's leading the Digital Transformation and Innovation Project as a part of the bank's long-term strategic initiative to deliver Bank Nizwa's vision to become the digital bank of choice for people in Oman. The topic for his presentation is Rethinking the Future of Islamic Banking. Please help me in welcoming Mr. Mujahid to the stage.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Massakum Allah bil khair. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you, Murtada, for the lovely introduction. The topic today, what we are presenting, is the rethinking the future of Islamic banking. We will be focusing more on the Islamic banking. Islamic banks started in 1963. The first bank started in the Egypt. And currently, if you see, there are more than 600 Islamic financial institutions in 75 countries. And Islamic financing has reached almost $3 trillion. Out of that $3 trillion, 80% is coming from the banks, 15% is coming from sukuks, and 4% is coming from investment funds, and 1% is from takaful. And what we have seen, the rollout of these Islamic financing in many of the countries. In fact, non-Muslim countries have started adopting Islamic financing. UK started adopting Islamic financing, Germany, South Korea, Japan, Hong Kong, France, and Singapore. And many more countries are coming in the pipeline. To look and give you the overview of Oman banking sector, the Oman's entire banking sector. If you see the total banking assets of all the banks in Oman, and if you see the compounded annual growth rate for 5 years, it's on 3.5 on the assets. And if you see the CAGR on the loans and financing, it is on 5.7%. Now coming to Islamic banks, Islamic banking financing in Oman, and we are the 15th largest Islamic bank market in the world. What we have seen is the compounded annual growth. It is almost 18.7% for the last 5 years on Islamic financing. And we have seen for Islamic banking deposits, it is on 20.4%. So what we are seeing is a massive growth for Islamic financing. And if you compare the CAGR rate between the conventional banks and Islamic banks are almost 9 times faster than conventional banks. Conventional banks are at 2.1%, Islamic banks are on 18.7%. To give you some perspective on Oman's digital adoption, what's happening basically in the country, what we have seen is CBO is working on many initiatives for the growth of FinTech services to support the digital transformation journey of the banking sector. They have already issued to non-banking financial institute licenses to Thawani to support the mobile payments. The Oman Credit Bureau has have introduced centralized services for Credit Bureau. And we have seen they are also coming up with eKYC and the other mobile lending platforms in the upcoming phase. We have seen rapid adoption of CIM, the customer identity and access management capabilities on the digital fronts for making the seamless experience for the customers. We have also seen that many banks have started developing their digital capabilities due to for making it an effortless and convenience banking, and also the requirement which is coming from the youth population. We have seen banks, they are launching their FinTech innovation labs. Some of the banks, they have their internal FinTech innovation lab, and some have outsourced it to third-party vendors. Now, what we are seeing as an Islamic bank, what we see what trends are happening in the Islamic bank, and we have seen that there is a unique opportunity to roll out an ecosystem for the lifestyle banking. But before I get into this, I would like to give you a perspective how we reached into this ecosystem. If you remember, during 70s or 80s, the banks were servicing the customers from the branches. And we used to see that the accounts were, the accounts were structured at that branch only. If you go to some other branches, you will not be able to see your accounting details. But then later the innovation took place, the customers were able to see their accounting details in other branches. So more and more convenience came for the customers. After that, the ATM era came. So after ATM era, we saw the internet banking started in UK with Lloyds Bank. Then we saw SMS banking started. After SMS banking, we saw mobile banking. Then it was like, you have a mobile bank and you have internet bank, but both of them are not consistent, are not giving the same experience. After that, we saw the era of cross-channel banking, whereby you put mobile, internet, and tablet banking into under one umbrella. But then later we saw that whatever you do on the mobile banking, you cannot whatever you do in mobile banking, you have to end it up in mobile banking. And whatever you do in internet banking, it has to be ended in internet banking. Then the era of omni-channel came, omni-channel banking. Both mobile and internet banking and tablet banking were under one umbrella, whereby you were able to start a transaction in one channel and conclude it in the other channel. Now, what we are seeing is the era of an ecosystem platform, a multi-experience platform, whereby Your user experience layer is decoupled from the normal platform. Your domain layer is decoupled, your integration layer is decoupled, and your digital and core banking processes are completely decoupled from core banking system. So you have the flexibility to decide and roll out enhancements immediately. So what we saw is, if you segment now, if you see this chart, I mean the market focus on a digital bank with the integrated ecosystem and the digital bank with the standard banking services. What we are seeing is, and if you segment them into expat and national population, what we have seen is the e-wallets and payments have already been addressed very successfully, but we are seeing there is a need. There is market focus is required on the digital bank with a proper integrated ecosystem. And if you have this ecosystem, you develop your digital ecosystem model, whereby you define your participants, you define your rule of engagements, you define your policies and procedures, terms and conditions, and what are the capabilities which are shared between the partner and the bank, and what value exchange will happen between the partner and the bank. And of course, this will require a proper business model, who will be your customer, and what financing capabilities you will be developing, and what will be the value proposition for the business. So if you have this model, and if you have the full network effect and the proper business model, it will be a multiplying impact business model. Now, to address the core market requirements, we have the digital Islamic ecosystem banking and, of course, the Islamic banking as a service. Now, what we have seen, the value proposition for the partners, once you have this platform, this partnership established, you see there is a lot of cross-selling and upselling will happen for the partners. There will be an agile operating model. I just give you one example. If a customer goes to a car retailer, and while he is doing the test drive, and if he applies for the loan, if this model comes, he will be able to apply for the loan, and then his loan will be sent immediately, instantly to the bank, and bank will be provisioning the loan, and immediately his loan will be dispersed. And while he's coming out from the showroom, he has his car ready with him. So what is the value proposition for the customer? Value proposition for the customer is he gets the entire, all the services are happening for him under one umbrella. So it's a simplified banking for him, effortless and convenience banking. We have this model already working with Amazon. Amazon has introduced this model for their corporate customers. They provide the credit lines to their corporate customers through Golden Mansec. Golden Mansec is exposing the banking as a service APIs to Amazon on the Marcos platform. To give you some statistics on the globally what's happening, the digital banking ecosystem is growing further and further. What we have seen is 50% of market which is captured by Amazon and Google already from the $1.35 trillion. What we are seeing is 35% of the bank's revenue could be at risk from more tech-savvy competitors which are coming, which will be coming. By 2021, global banks' IT budget will surge to $297 billion. I don't know, our CEO is not here today. He would have heard this. The digital growth overview, to just give you some FinTech's digital growth overview, what we are seeing is 23% CAGR rate is on FinTech adoption. So FinTech is growing heavily. 26% of CAGR is on banking as a service. Banks are exposing the services through the FinTech companies. We are seeing 26% growth on the FinTech companies. So FinTech adoption is happening massively. Buzz is happening. FinTech companies are growing. And what we have seen, FinTech solutions have been used in MENA in 2020. So 39% growth on peer-to-peer money transfer. Peer-to-peer insurance is on 9%. Account aggregation is on 39%. Robo-advice is on 19%. So banks have realized now, instead of developing these applications or buying infrastructure, they started collaborating with FinTech companies. So the new edge banking global trends, what we are seeing is there is a lot happening on digital lending. Banks now started focusing on offering these services, these features on mobile apps. They are offering now the financing services. Earlier they used to offer, they were focusing on the payments, on the wallets, on the remittances, on the bill payments, but now they're focusing on the instant financing. Banks started, many banks are working on wholesale payments, basically. They are introducing transaction banking, they're introducing cash management, liquidity management. Some banks, we spoke about the platform and ecosystem banking. So these are not technologies, these are the themes and how the banks are, the new global trends are happening. We are seeing cloud computing, we are seeing a lot of banks, they are adopting to cloud, as our colleague Hassan was talking on cloud. There are banks they are collaborating with fintechs, selling the BaaS licenses to fintech companies. And of course, the data-driven organization. Today we heard a lot about data-driven, but I would like to say we should not be embarking on data analytics unless we do data modeling, unless we do data cleansing, unless we do data profiling and data profiling, data cleansing, data modeling, and data alignment. So what we are seeing is some challenges for the Islamic banking sector. I mean, we see very limited R&D happening on with the IT companies for the Islamic banking banks. We have not seen out of the box or ready-made solution which can work immediately on an Islamic bank. It needs to be developed. So the R&D there is an R&D, but it is really very limited. Despite these challenges, we have been able to sail into this digital journey. The board has a vision to make the bank the digital bank of choice for the people of Oman. With the support of board and our CEO, we have started developing our digital capabilities. We have revamped our mobile banking app. We have started revamping our internet banking application. We have upgraded our infrastructure, introduced state-of-art, latest modern infrastructure, server infrastructure with the storage and networking. And we are working with a couple of other initiatives to enhance our digital capabilities as we go. And we will announce them, inshallah, as we go. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mujahid, for that wonderful presentation. Our next speaker is Mr. Ali Jabri, Manager, Payment System Department from the Central Bank of Oman. He has more than 17 years of experience in payment systems, and he is currently leading the Payment Systems Department for the last 4 years. He successfully rolled out the National Payment System Strategy, enabling the required legal framework and regulations, aligned the CBO payment system policies towards achievement of the national goal of digital inclusion and digital economy. Spearheading the operations team engaged in drafting the risk payment systems and management policy and oversight framework. He will be speaking on the topic, digitization of payments in Oman. Please help me in welcoming Mr. Ali Jabri.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank you, Ms., for inviting us today to present, central bank, initiatives in terms of digitization of payment. And I think His Excellency has touched up on different aspects about the payments and what central bank, current project and initiatives which enhance the digital payments in the country that will support, digital transformation and to achieve the digital economy in the Sultanate, inshallah. So in the presentation today, I will touch about why, or what's the importance of payment systems, why they are important, and what is the timeline for the national payment infrastructure central bank has made in the since 2003. Then I will touch about the legal framework that is governing the national payment system, the infrastructure of national payment system in the country, and what are the payment system trends in the market, the expansion, utilization of the payments, the future plans, and currently what you are doing. The national payment infrastructure or national payment system are very important for many aspects, like they provide statistics which reflect the real economic activity, where this information can be used by regulatory entities like central bank and other government institutions to understand what is the behavior of the market in terms of the transactions. And also it makes the money transfer more safe and secure, reduce money laundering, and the ultimate goal to achieve the financial stability. The journey of national payment system development in Oman was started in 2003 by framing the national payment system strategy that has formulated the strategy of central bank in terms of rolling out different payment systems. We started the first system in 2005, which is the RTGS system for large value payment and low volume transactions. After that, we have launched in 2006 the ACH system for bulk payments and retail payments, which is like salaries payments and bill utility payments and other like dividend distributions. In 2009, we have launched the electronic check clearing, which is T+1 clearing and settlement of checks, compared to the manual processing, which was taking from at least 7 days to 15 days, depends on the location of the customer and their branches. In 2010, we have launched the national switch for ATM and point-of-sale transactions that replaced the what they call Oman switch, which was in collaboration with Al Watani and Shamil switch. Now this is the national switch, which we have launched it for point-of-sale and ATMs. After that, we have enhanced the security of the card payments in the country by putting the national strategy for EMV, which enhancing the card transaction security for safety and seamless transactions. In 2016, we have launched the National E-Payment Gateway, which is I think it's the first of kind in the GCC region, where I think Oman has its own national payment gateway, which connects the merchants, the local merchants for e-commerce transaction, represented by the government and private sector. Alhamdulillah, the system is working perfectly, and since inception of this payment gateway till this year, we have the e-commerce transaction has been increased by 400% since from 2017 till 2021. In 2017, also, we have upgraded our ACH system to be 24/7, and also to link with the workers' protection system that is represented by Ministry of Labor, would take care about private sector salaries, where the Ministry of Labor is by the law they are allowed to take the information about salary of the private sector companies and their employees, to make sure that the salaries which they are the employees of private sector are getting their rights in terms of salary as per the contracts between the employee and the employer. In 2018, we have enacted the National Payment System Law. Also, this is one of the kind that Central Bank has put a dedicated law for the national payment infrastructure in the country, due to its crucial and due to its critical what they call infrastructure. And the law has given Central Bank different powers, and also enabling what they call Central Bank to license non-bank entities for payment services. In 2019, we have enhanced our payment, upgraded in our payment system, what they call for mobile payments, which is, we have made infrastructure in the country where the mobile payment can be initiated via mobile number only, or via alias or a QR code, which also take care about merchant payment by the QR code. We have established a standard national QR code for mobile payments. In 2020, we have licensed the first, what they call payment service provider, non-bank payment service provider, which is Thawani company, and for different types of services like mobile payments and e-commerce payment. This year, alhamdulillah, we have launched the direct debit service. The direct debit service was waiting a long time to be available in Oman, but that was get delayed because the legal framework was not supporting the direct debit. However, we have included that in the National Payment System Law, which now giving the power of central bank in terms of regulating the direct debit. So the National Payment System Law is the legal framework which is governing the national payment infrastructure, which gives the power of central bank in terms of licensing non-bank payment service providers. And also, it gives the central bank, the regulatory power in terms of governing the e-money, the electronic money. And as I mentioned about the direct debit, now direct debit is legalized like the checks in terms of, the legal power, which will give the society the comfort to use the direct debit. Also, it lies down the rules, responsibilities, and procedures for different types of payment service providers, and in terms of any aspects related to the payments. And it gives central bank the CBO, the supervisory and regulatory powers in terms of for the payment services and payment systems. And also it lies down the responsibilities of the market players under the payment systems. This is our national payment system infrastructure. It might be a little bit technical, but this is how we are managing our national infrastructure for payment system. If you can see, the RTGS system is the hub, where is the settlement between the banks is occurred there. This system is used by all the commercial banks in the country, and Ministry of Finance and Muscat Clearing and Depository Company, which allowing them to transact and make transaction in real time. And also it is the hub for other retail payment system like the ACH and ECC and mobile payment system, which this system are retail payment system, but the settlement is occur in the RTGS for the settlement, because RTGS is a settlement system. As you can see, the ECC is connected for the checks. All the banks is using the system. Now the checks can be cleared and settled in a day if it is represented in the branch by before 12 in the afternoon. We have ACS system is connected for WBS. WBS is a reporting system which gives the Ministry of Manpower the ability to extract the data about the salary of private sector for their mandate, and for some statistics and reporting mechanism. Also, the ACS system is connected with the mandate management system. Mandate management system is responsible about the direct debit. Direct debit is a service where the beneficiary will issue the payer will give authority to the beneficiary to draw money from his account, and this is it will be done through a mandate. It's currently a form to be filled by the two parties, signed and agreed. So this system is to maintain the mandates and their what they call parameters and other standards. We have mobile payment platform, which is for person-to-person transaction, and as well as merchant payments for QR code payments in the country. Our switch, Oman switch, is connected with all the banks switches for point of sale and ATM. Plus, it's connected to to the payment gateway for the national payment gateway for e-commerce transactions, and also our switch is connected to the GCC switch with the GCC countries for ATM and point of sale transactions. So, any customer from Oman is visiting any country in the GCC, the transaction will be processed by the GCC net, where all the GCC countries switches connected together under the GCC net. And currently, point of sale and ATM is available, services for under the GCC net. However, we are currently working to also include the, e-commerce transaction under the GCC net. That's mean if you are making online transaction and the merchant is located in UAE or in Saudi or Kuwait, then the transaction will be processed, locally between the GCC countries. It will not go to the international schemes. We have also, currently we are replacing our, RTGS system to be 24/7. Then we will connect to the GCC RTGS system, which is AFAQ, for cross-border payment between the GCC countries, where the transactions, inshallah, of, any transfer between two parties in the GCC will be processed in the AFAQ system. This service will be provided by the banks for their clients. And also, we are, now directed the banks to be onboarded in Buna system, where for cross-border payment within the Arab, ban area to be processed under, Buna. Central Bank of Oman now also working to make Omani Riyal as a settlement currency in Buna platform. During, the past 2 years, we were working, in different, initiatives and projects, especially with the government, for example, in terms of salary processing. Salary processing in the country was used in a manual process and traditional way, where it involved a lot of issues and a lot of risk and concern. Central Bank of Oman took the initiative to speak to the, to the, Ministry of Finance representing the government, in terms of helping the government to digitize salary processing. We have, initiated the project, and alhamdulillah, we have been, rolling out, different government institutions to process their salary digitally. And as His Excellency mentioned, first quarter of 2021, we have almost all government and private sector now processing their salary digitally through all the, channels, digital channels provided by the banks. We have studied also in terms of, the different market segment utilization of digital payments. And we have found out that there is some segment which is not using currently the digital payments. So we have took these initiatives in terms of allowing, micro businesses to use digital payments. We have, established a framework for, to the banks to onboard this type of segments, which are micro businesses, even who are working from home also, which they are authorized by the, competent entity, government, authorities like Ministry of, Commerce, Economy and Investment Promotion. They are, allowed to make a business in their homes. So we allow the banks to provide the digital, payments for them. Also, His Excellency has touched up about, mandating private sector to use e-payments. We have, studied also this issue. We have found out many of the, private sector, entities are not utilizing digital payments, and a lot of cash is processed there, which involve a lot of concerns in terms of, fake notes and other, problems even inside the, And therefore, we have sat with Ministry of, Commerce. We have, and then there was a task force established for that with different government institutions. We have discussed, we have, deliberated how we are going to achieve this one. And alhamdulillah, we have, come with Ministry, in July has announced that e-payments is mandated in almost 12, businesses in the private sector. Currently, we are assessing what is the issues, what is the concern, what is the challenges are facing there, and we are going to, discuss them. Even we involve the banks also to overcome these issues to achieve the objective of cashless society in the country. We have also studied in terms what is the utilization of digital payments and digital channels to make payments within the country, in private sector and in the government as well. According to the information available, we have we have taken from the banks. there are more than 45,000 point of sale deployed in the country. As you can see here, we have in the government we have more than 100 government entity using the digital channels, which is the point of sale, QR code, and e-commerce. In the government, you can see more than 6,000 point of sales deployed. However, if you compare to the private sector, there is a big difference. We have almost more than 39,000 point of sale, and also in number of entities are more than 13,000. However, we think after the mandate, after the government is mandating private sector to utilize the digital payments, this numbers, inshallah, by the 2022, it might double, inshallah. We hope that one, and we are working in that direction. However, this data is as per, as of end of May. Unfortunately, we don't have, the latest information. I'm sure the current situation is better than, what is now shown in the slide. We have also studied what is, behavior of the consumer in the market. What is the, payment channels they are using. And if from the data from our switch, which is Oman Net Switch, you can see in 2017, the ATM, it is more, taking the big chunk in terms of, the number of transaction process, which is represented 58% of ATM and 42% of point of sale. However, in 2019, the game has changed now, and you can see, there is a drop from 58 to 34 of ATM, and the increase of, point of sale transaction from 42 up to, 58. Then e-commerce, come to the picture, which also taking, from the pie chart, which is, it was, in 2019, 8%. However, if you can see, in 2020, due to the pandemic, many services has been online, and therefore, the utilization of e-commerce payment has been increased. So by quarter one, 2021, you can see, there's a big shift from, in 2019 compared to 2021 in the quarter one, which is almost, the double in terms of, the e-commerce. ATM transaction is shrinking, and point of sale is increasing. And this is a good sign that the society is towards utilizing the e-payments in the country. Also, one of the services is mobile payment, service in the country. This is, as you can see, the data about, utilization of mobile payment system, and in terms of, usage and the transactions. However, we are not happy actually with the current status. We don't see there is a lot of usage in the platform, and maybe this is due to customer awareness is missing. However, but the system is picking up, and transaction, if you can see, since we have started in 2019, it increased. There's dramatically increase, and we by August this year, we almost close to, as a value of the system, more than, closer to 6 million Omani riyal. What are in the pipeline? As I mentioned, we have, implemented the direct debit service. However, now we are working in terms of making the direct debit e-mandate for direct debit, and with e-authorization. Means a customer wants to utilize a service, either, for example, we can say from a telecom company, to bill to pay their outstanding for bill for mobile for the utility bills, like mobile bill. So therefore, the customer can give issue e-mandate from the website of that service provider with the e-authorization of that form. So there will be no form to fill where the customer give the consent to telecom company, in this example, to withdraw money from his account in the bank. So we are working now in terms of putting what is the e-authorization, we will utilize the current infrastructure or current service available in the market, like the BKI, which is under what they call ROB, and also to utilize the current services provided by the banks in their digital channels, the mobile banking as well as the internet banking. IBAN was one of the initiatives of central bank. However, it was delayed long time due to priorities for different projects. However, we are initiate the project this year. We have sent a survey to the banks to gauge their readiness to implement IBAN. IBAN will be making payment processing and payment transaction more seamless, more secure, and will reduce a lot of errors in terms of account numbers. It will be based on ISO. I'm not sure about the number, so it's international standard. So the feedback we came from the bank, almost all the banks are ready within, you can say, 6 months to implement the IBAN. As I mentioned also, we are replacing our RTGS system to be 24/7 RTGS system with the link to AFAQ for cross-border payment within GCC and for Buna platform for cross-border payment in Arab region. The 24/7 RTGS will have a different services and features. The banks can monitor their settlement account with central bank in real time. They can plan, they can what they call make liquidity more managed in better way. And also the retail payment system settlement will happen instead of 1 session per day, it will be done by multiple sessions, where the obligation between the banks will be settled in the new RTGS system in better way. Also, we are working to awareness campaign with the other stakeholders like banks, OBA, and also with the Ministry of Commerce and the Oman Chamber of Economy and Industry, in terms of providing awareness for the community to utilize the digital payments with the benefits rather than using the cash. Also, we are updating the charging policy for digital payments to be more sustainable, to be more flexible, and to support the utilization and expansion of digital payments in line with Oman vision for digital transformation, as well as achieving the what they call digital economy. We have licensed Thawani, and we have given one in principle approval for another BSB. We having a lot of application for licensing. We are working, and more BSB will come in the picture, inshallah. We also continuously enhance the security and safety of the payment system. If we feel some concern are there, we internally in central bank, we consult the concerned parties. We issue directives, circulars to mitigate any what we call risk or concern in the payment system. As payment system may be one of the dynamic services, which is every now and then you will see a different services. So therefore, the risk associated with that will need to be enhanced, need to be looked carefully to make the trust in the digital payments for better utilization. Our future plans, currently we are working in collaboration with other countries in terms of cross-border payment, as I mentioned, for GCC, as well as different countries like India. We have started discussion in terms of maybe link to India in terms of different payment systems. His Excellency has mentioned about open banking and APIs initiatives for to allow the banking industry to use the open banking issuing frameworks. We also work with banks in terms of putting standardization of checks with features and security features to mitigate the current issues in the checks. FinTechs also are coming into the picture. We are supporting FinTechs to come under to provide services. However, I think banks need to collaborate and cooperate with FinTechs for better achievement. We know that there is a disruption by fintechs to the banking, services. However, I think collaboration is the better way, to achieve the objectives between the two parties. Also, Central Bank of Oman is studying in terms of establishing a company for national payment systems, which will operate the retail payment system. This company will be, have a mandate to operate and to put whatever possible innovations and infrastructure for retail payment system. So it will spin off the retail payment system from central bank to a dedicated entity, which will be licensed and regulated by central bank. Also, His Excellency has mentioned about central bank digital currency. We are also, central bank is studying this area, and there is a discussion internally. We are also working closely with our partners in GCC in terms of what is the developments there. Also, Mr. Ali Musa, the CEO of Oman of OBA, he's touched about central bank digital currencies. All central banks around the world, they are studying what is the approach of digital currencies. There are applications that is currently there in different countries. However, I think most of the central banks over the world, they are studying how central bank digital currency should be implemented and what is the framework to be applied there. Thank you for your time, and thank you. And if there is any questions, I'm ready to answer.
Thank you, Mr. Ali. Couple of things over here. Now, you talked about CBDC.
Yeah.
Now, how CBDC is viable, because the whole concept of a digital currency is decentralization, which means it is issued by non-central authorities or which are not part of the traditional system. Now, digital currencies like, for example, like Omani Riyal, we are hardly using the paper currencies. It's all actually e-currency we are using. It comes to the account, it goes out of the account. How will the CBDC work out?
See, as I said, till now there is no clear picture about central bank digital currency and how it will be implemented. There is wholesale digital central bank digital currency or retail. So we are still studying this, and also we should be ready in terms of the legal framework, how it will be implemented, what's the plan, what's the role of central bank, what's the role of the banking industry. So this area still, it is not clear.
Sure.
And also we are putting whatever effort in terms of to come with something approach that we can implement central bank digital currency in Oman.
Fair point, actually. Yeah. Now, you also talked about you are exploring the option of a different payment system with a country like, let's say, India.
Yeah.
Can you talk a little bit more about that, if it is possible?
Yeah. See, we have been approached by National Payment Corporation of India for cross-border payments between Oman and India. However, we are still in the discussion. We have not reached to any agreement. But however, there is a lot of efforts is being done in this. So what will happen, inshallah, that for example, if Omani travels to India and vice versa, there will be a link between the two countries where our system will talk to the system in India. The settlement will be bilateral between Oman and India. So this is the services mostly will be the cards and the mobile. We are exploring, the mutual, what you call benefits out of this agreement.
Are you also looking at having similar tie-ups with other markets?
Currently, we are in GCC. We have already established, infrastructure, and we are rolling out the services. Also, in GCC, we are working in terms of mobile payments. So we link the mobile payment system, like what we have linked the switches for ATM and point of sale. We will link the platform of mobile with other countries where a customer in Oman want to transfer a money to another party in a different country in GCC via mobile number. We will build the system in that way where it can be initiated in seamless manner, fastly and instantly to be transferred.
Sure. We also have a question through the Zoom. The question is why payments done via online or mobile app is not getting affected in real time?
Yeah. See, we have, this is about, the ACS system, which is Automated Clearing House, and the RTGS system. The current RTGS system is not 24/7. However, ACS system is 24/7. Now, we have made the system to work in that manner. However, banks, they were having challenges in terms of, either technically, operationally, or the settlement between the banks. However, now we have mandated the banks, this year, they have to complete the process of transaction, either in or out. Means any customer approach the bank via digital channels to process the transaction immediately and send it through our ACS system to the receiving bank. Receiving bank also mandated to credit the customer immediately after their verification. So by the end of this year, all transfer via account number, it will be effected instantly. And the customer will receive, the beneficiary will receive the fund in seamless manner. However, RTGS, the new RTGS system will support that, where it will be 24/7, even for big corporates, which, a bulk of payment, not bulk, I mean, a huge payments, value of payments, in hundreds of thousands or millions, can be transacted in 24/7.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, and, have a nice day.
Mr. Ali, we have got another question.
I guess the government has mandated that at the point of sale, it's mandated that you have to do a digital payment.
Yes.
It is a point of sale. How much, what kind of preparedness is there to roll this out? Because this is mandated in the next few months,
yes,
I guess from next year onwards. So as Central Bank of Oman, how are you going about that? It's ensuring that most people...
Can you repeat
Yeah,
again?
like just to ensure that Oman is prepared, or most shops and most commercial establishments are prepared to start accepting digital payments in the next few months.
Yeah, see, now we are working closely with the Ministry of, Commerce in terms of, to make this initiative successful. So therefore, now from Central Bank of Oman, we have, now direct the banks not to charge the merchants any fees for setup cost or monthly rentals. Only they have to stick to the fees stipulated by Central Bank of Oman for transaction processing, which is 1.5% of the transaction value, with the cap of 10 riyal. And for mobile payments, it is also a competitive rate where we have put to allow, to bring another, channel for merchant payment, which is 0.75% from the transaction value. So now we have assessed this one, and we have said the current, fees, stipulated by central banks, it is fair for all parties in terms of merchants and banks, because banks, they are investing, they bought infrastructure, monitoring, fraud monitoring, and other, challenges there. So therefore, we have to balance in terms of, stipulating the fees. We have to make sure that our digital payments can be utilized and can be used. So now it is the first stage. We will assess, we'll see what are the challenges there, and also to overcome them. We might need to change certain rules, or change the fees or something. Based on the feedback, it will come from 2022. However, what we feed from the market, there's acceptance, and many now shops, we can see corner shops, they're having point of sale, which is good indication. However, now I think now the merchants, they will start talking to the banks to avail the service.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ali, for this very instrumental and effective presentation. This question goes back to the initial slide was shown by Mr. Ali. There's the challenges of the point of sale networking. And that, the acquiring fees goes high because the interchange fees and the post infrastructure is sucking a lot of cost from the merchant. Now, I do remember I have highlighted this in last 3 years. I noticed in the US as well, the merchant itself turning his mobile to be a point of sale device, okay? In this context, the acquiring fees and interchange fees can dramatically goes down, giving the benefits of a cashless society and more transactions to happen on the point of sale, being the mobile device. Are you looking at this strategically?
Yeah. Right. See, now when we actually from the feedback what we have getting after we discussed with the Ministry of Commerce, the fees was the one of the important aspects that we are looking for. However, as I said, we have to balance between how much we are going to allow the bank to charge the the merchants, because the bank, they're putting investment. Our market is very small, not compared to US or different, even like different countries, and so therefore we we would try our best in terms of all parties not impacted, and therefore we allow also the banks and payment service provider to compete between them. 1.5 is the ceiling. However, we, as per our information and the data we're getting, the fees are lower than 1%. So there is a competition which bring the fees down. Interchange, yes, it's there. It is internationally, practices, and therefore, because card systems are, having different parties, the network operator and the issuer and acquirers, and therefore, each party of this, they are putting a lot of, what you call operational aspects. They are putting a lot of infrastructure, monitoring, and controls, and therefore this cannot be, like that. We, as central bank, we support these initiatives in terms of even central bank is, trying to, as much as possible, to make the, our operational cost not to be, shifted to the customer. Where now it will be absorbed by central bank. We are supporting these initiatives. And so there is another channel which we feel it is competitive, which is 0.75% of mobile QR code payment. However, we don't see it yet. It is expanding, but different banks now, they have started rolling out this service. You can see 2 banks now in Oman. They have enabled their point of sale transaction to accept QR code payment. So when you go to a merchant, either you put a tap and go by contactless, or you scan the QR code from your mobile and complete the transaction. There is there is a service which you had mentioned about the mobile payment, which the mobile become like a card, which is tokenization, which will bring Apple Pay, Samsung Pay. This is already we have discussed, which in the final discussion with the management in terms of allowing Apple Pay, Samsung Pay to be in the picture, which also bring another service, innovative services for customer to make the payments. It is based on contactless technology. However, I think majority of the bank's point of sale in the market are compatible with contactless, which will when Apple Pay, Samsung Pay, and other Pays will come in the picture, it will be just it's rolling out and putting the directives for them. Any further questions? Thank you, and have a nice day. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ali, for that very, very interesting presentation. Our next speaker is Sunil Mehta, Executive Partner at IBM. He has over 20 years' experience of providing consulting services across multiple sectors and organizations. He leads IBM's intelligent automation and AI practice across banking, insurance, and financial markets in the UK and Ireland. He's worked with global clients to help drive value from strategy, technology, and operations across multiple industries, utilizing intelligent automation technologies such as RPA and AI, and helping executives define their digital strategy and undertake major programs. He'll be making this presentation virtually from London, and his topic is accelerating intelligent automation in the financial services. Can we go live with Mr. Sunil?
Hi, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. My name is Sunil Mehta, and I'll be talking to you about accelerating intelligent automation in financial services. I'm a partner at IBM, and I focus on working with some of our largest banking and financial services clients, helping them use intelligent automation within their organizations successfully. Financial services firms are trending towards a more digitized and automated future. What we find through some of the research that we're seeing within this marketplace is that 88% of global banking firms have either begun or will be starting their digital transformation journey in 2021. 45% of firms are prioritizing automation initiatives. And what we're seeing is that firms are focusing on 4 key pillars to create a competitive advantage. The first one of these pillars is digital experiences, with customer engagement trending towards virtual instead of in-person. The way we interact with consumers needs to shift. This means higher degrees of usability across digital touchpoints, personalized experience catered to our individual users, and a relatable and emotionally rewarding experience that customers are seeking. I was reading in a recent UK newspaper about the future of banking, and the headline statements were that 97% of banks say that customer experience is their key focus. And this is particularly highlighted by the fact that the current situation, and also 69% of banking customers are non-promoters based on NPS. The second pillar is digital innovation. As fintechs disrupt traditional banking, it is top of mind that we must predict and pivot accordingly to achieve differentiation. Agile development, rapid prototyping, and continuous delivery driven by data are required to evolve and remain competitive in the rapidly changing industry landscape. The third pillar is digital operations. Business operations can be configured to automate, optimize, or eliminate business processes, allowing banks to create more effective tools for their frontline employees, such as virtual assistants and customer contact centers, and minimize manual tasks that AI can execute with higher levels of accuracy and efficiency, i.e. fraud detection. One of our largest banking clients in the UK is using virtual assistants, and particularly so to handle the post-pandemic mortgage holiday queries. The fourth pillar is digital ecosystems. As the financial services sector transitions away from product-centric selling to becoming more customer-orientated, we need to adopt new platform-based strategies that encourage open banking and allow for scaled innovation through collaboration. COVID-19 has accelerated the change. IBM's Institute of Business Value report, The Essentials for the Post-Pandemic Bank, really focuses on the way banking and financial institutes need to change. Innovation is foundational to navigate out of this crisis. Transforming social distance into customer connections, social distancing is redefining customer proximity, not only by using data to personalize offers, but by infusing interactions with AI. We need to look at ways of engaging with our customers in a more real, in a more human way, even when they're not coming into a retail premise. Transforming operations end-to-end, structural cost savings and operational resiliency. Financial institutes have to act now to uncover new efficiencies and become more flexible and responsive to market threats. With the accelerating compression of net interest margins and the looming decline in fee income, financial institutions have to quickly and radically reduce operating costs to maintain profitability. And the surge in online transactions and need to address vulnerabilities. Suddenly, we're seeing an expansion in digital channels, increasing interconnectivity and round-the-clock access, and this can create security risks and vulnerabilities. And what we're seeing more and more of is financial institutes, they need to master extreme automation to succeed in the post-pandemic environment. And as an organization, we've invested a lot of our effort into looking at what a typical bank within their process and their functions, where they could potentially look for opportunities to drive extreme automation. And this chart is a representation of the retail bank, of a typical retail bank. And what we've mapped is anything from the front office, the mid office, and the back office. And what we see is across each one of these areas, anything from marketing and communication in the front office, anything to customer contact centers, and the treasury and payments part of the business, to mid office and back office, looking at legal, HR, procurement. There's vast amount of opportunities for both the light blue, which is basic transactional process automation, the dark blue, which is more of a cognitive solution-based automation, and then the lilac, which is a combination of both the transactional automation and more cognitive approaches. And what we're seeing is banking clients that are using automation successfully are going across their enterprise. I want to talk about a leading Singapore bank that we've been working with designing no-touch operations, and this client was challenged with relatively higher operating costs, changing customer expectations, and regulatory requirements which were increasing the complexity. We worked very closely with the bank. We joined forces to identify the most prominent pain points and design solutions that would see immediate returns. We proposed to scale an enterprise-wide automation center of excellence that could automate 80% of the bank's processes that they were executing without the need for any type of manual intervention. With automation and AI, deliver 24/7 autonomous processing, allowing client employees to focus on higher value tasks. Develop chatbots for self-service queries, and the automation program was progressively implemented across other markets, including Hong Kong, China, India, Indonesia, and Taiwan. What were the results? 200 plus customer journeys were optimized, over 40% improvement in process turnaround time, over 30% product improvement, and 100% process accuracy, lowering exception and error rates. Another bank that we work for in Europe, we help them identify enterprise-wide automation opportunities. And in the rapidly changing financial services sector, this particular client recognized the need for improvements across their organization and the customer experience in order to keep up with this industry. Together with IBM, they began their transformation journey by assessing the current state of the processes and the functions within their organization, designing a future vision and enabling initiatives that would achieve their objectives. During the current state analysis, we worked very closely together with the client and we identified 14 key opportunity areas that would deliver quick value. Examples included international payments, direct debit disputes, account closures, and lots of facets of mortgages and mortgage payments. For each of these areas, we developed a product vision and we set that with the client team and actively worked towards that, enabling the project in all different areas and all different opportunity states. The results were very, very clear. 40% faster direct debit card resolutions, 50% savings in direct debit, dispute handling, 85% improved time within their bereavement use cases, 30% savings in customer complaints, and a 40% quicker account closure. I want to now move on to the enterprise automation journey. What we're seeing is extreme automation is a strategic imperative within this new normal that we're living in. But only a very small amount of organization, 5% of organizations, have really deployed automation at scale. And what type of automation is this? Typically, it's simple, repetitive, recurring, and non-strategic tasks that are being automated, low-value tasks that are being automated. I've been working in this industry for many years now, and as we began through the automation journey, it was very much task-orientated automation. What we're moving to now is goal-orientated automation. And what we're seeing is that enterprises that are automating at scale use a range of technologies across several functions and different types of work. These are hyper-automation technologies, things like basic automation for transactional, but then moving into advanced analytics, chatbots, natural language processing, natural language understanding, AI, and machine learning, which gives the competitive edge. And through a lot of the research that we have been doing, what we found through the Institute of Business Value, our intelligent automation study, is that there's a number of key critical challenges that organizations, large banking organizations, financial institutes have to address to ensure that they deliver successful automation and successful change within their organization. Need to align around return on investment. 43% of execs are saying they're unclear about ROI and economic benefits, and they need to gain executive sponsorship along these initiatives. A misalignment of internal strategies. It's absolutely imperative. All of the automation programs I've worked on, which have delivered real value, are the ones where IT and the business are working hand in hand to deliver success. Increased complexity of the IT architecture. This is why we have to have IT at the table right from the offset. Inadequate talent and skills and resources to execute effectively and scale. Skills are changing. The pandemic has accelerated that, and we need to address that within our organizations. I want to talk about a major Brazilian financial institute that we worked with to help them improve customer experience through integrated automation. The challenge to process a credit contract, the client divided the process into several tasks that would be performed on a determined sequence. These were input, preparation, processing, accounting, and finishing. After the implementation of an IBM solution, the BPM and the FileNet solution, some other tasks were still executed by humans, by their team, including validating and replicating data and generating contracts. This was very labor intensive, but more importantly, it was very error prone, which was causing a problem for the bank. The solution, we worked with the client, we developed end-to-end support, we mapped back office activities, helped them define the automated processes, developed the solution, and trained the business analysts on the new solution and the new technologies. A high-level map of the processes was created to determine feasibility and the automation impact. The group selected 3 types of credit products that represented 80% of all instances that mapped the tasks individually and made some rapid, low-tech improvements to the process. With the information at hand, we worked with an RPA technology, Automation Anywhere, and also leveraged some BPN and FileNet solutions. The results, we implemented this in 6 months with the client, reduced task execution by 46%, and gained competitive advantage by reducing total time of credit analysis and transaction on legacy systems, and deepened customer engagement and an NPS of 10, which was quite a dramatic increase. A European online payments company, this was all about digital transformation, helping them develop an intelligent automation center of excellence. The desire in-house automation capabilities was to become much more self-sufficient and drive efficiencies in lots of their key geographies. So they wanted to become more self-sufficient. So we worked with the client, we identified and implemented lots of different automation solutions, both RPA, machine learning, OCR. We helped them discover new processes for process improvement to help them drive efficiency within those processes in key business areas such as operations, risk, compliance, finance functions. This was all done within a 15-month period. This was done through a vastly collaborative approach between the lean and the automation teams to identify opportunities for both work streams through smartly designed workshops. Cognitive solutions such as virtual assistants led the way in customer service functions. We worked with the UiPath team on unattended bots and with the ABI team for document reading and OCR work. Additionally, we helped the client create a center of excellence. We created a capability center playbook, which really forms the backbone of this program, comprising of organizational structure, the team, the roles, processes from ideation to delivery, support mechanism, change management, governance, and importantly, benefits tracking. The results, again, were very dramatic. There was $3 million of benefits delivered in a very short period of time. We also helped the client create a $9 million backlog of opportunities, and the client's on track to deliver 5 million of them by the end of this year. We trained the team, the business analysts at the client, and we trained their development team. So now they have their own in-house capability as they accelerate delivery. I want to move on to the intelligent automation journey and the intelligent automation platform. This chart typically talks us through how an intelligent automation journey begins. We typically work with our clients on starting off with the advise, the envisioning phase, where we help the client set the strategy, define business goals, look at things like tool selection and governance and what the center of excellence model would look like. Would it be federated or would it be across lots of different geographies? We then move very quickly into finding the right opportunities for automation, which really will show some benefits within the organization. So this is done through rapid process discovery, and we very quickly find some quick wins, and we then also start looking at intelligent workflows. We use lots of assets that we have built in within IBM, and then we very quickly move into the build phase, which is through an existing automation factory or helping a client build their center of excellence. This could be anything from basic bot design and development to more complicated and more complex AI and machine learning modules. And then this is rapidly moved on to managing and operating the automator depending on what the automation is. And based on our experience of working with more than 1,000 clients in this area, we know that a platform approach accelerates time to benefit by 40% and also adoption by 30%. So we're adamant that the platform is actually a very, very good way to move forward in any automation program as opposed to automation point solutions. And typically, this is what a platform would look like. So anything from the top piece, which is the automation control tower, which would consist of modules like platform security and metering, managing and operating the command center, looking at the bots, automation asset catalogs, diagnostic tools where we have process discovery, accelerators, process mapping, process libraries, which accelerate the automation journey. Digital workers. Digital workers are pre-built automator. Anything from a combination of RPA, OCR, machine learning modules in areas such as HR admin, Oracle admin, data validation, project management, which is a key component that runs through lots of different functions. And digital workers are pre-built modules. And then you have intelligent automation apps and pre-built automation and AI software, which are part of an automation platform, and hosted RPA. So therefore, you don't need to have any sort of on-prem solution. It's all hosted with all the largest RPA providers, automation anyway, UiPath and Blue Prism, and plus others which you may have in-house. The advantage of this is that as a platform, you use what you consume, and that's where the benefit of a platform type of approach really comes into play. I want to finish with a final case study of an international Lebanese bank. And this was really all about getting customers on the road sooner with faster auto loan application process. So the challenge the client was facing was the auto loan process at the bank relied heavily on paper-based processes. And after a customer had started their application as a branch, bank personnel had to manually rekey the information into multiple systems as their file moved through. Swiveling through different systems caused duplication in up to 30 different data fields, which were being inputted manually. Along with the human risk, it was time-consuming and it was difficult to track, creating the potential for important information to get lost. What was the solution? We worked with the bank to develop a workflow for process design and execution, along with capabilities for monitoring and optimizing the work. We combined process modeling tools on the cloud. The solution enabled the bank to drive speed and agility into its workflows. We use workflow and workflow modeling. The results, 90% in implementation time improvement, 40% in loan turnaround from 5 days originally to 2 days. And more importantly, we were enhancing the customer experience and encouraged customer retention. Thank you very much for listening. My name is Sunil Mehta, and if you have any further questions, please do contact the organizers.
Thank you, Sunil, for that interesting presentation. This brings us to the last presentation of the day, and the speaker is Minela D'Souza, Lead Customer Engagement at CEMEA Paymate. She holds 12 years of experience in the BSFI industry, having worked across insurance, banking, remittance, and mutual fund categories, and she holds a rich experience in customer centricity and driving business relationship management. The topic for her presentation, or her virtual presentation, is Business Payments Made Easy as Solutions. Can we please go live with Minela?
Hello everyone, this is Minela here from Paymate. Very pleased to be here at the New Age Banking Summit, although virtually. I'm going to need a few minutes of your time where I'm going to talk to you about what Paymate is, what we do in the realm of B2B payments, and how we could potentially work together in the future. Right, let's jump straight into it then. Right, let's begin with who Paymate is. Paymate is a B2B payments platform that's exclusively partnered with Visa to help enterprises and SMEs access credit, create smart working capital, and automate their payables and collections. We'd like to see this from an opportunity perspective, and I like to express it from a view of a buyer and a supplier. If you ask them what is it that they'd like from their payments process perspective. A buyer is always going to most likely say, I'd like to extend my payment period. And a supplier is going to say, well, I'd like to get my payments as soon as possible, perhaps earlier. So there's definitely a mismatch in terms of both parties' expectations. And that's where we step in and try to solve this mismatch and keep both parties happy. How do we do this? We've got PayMate partnered with Visa to create a specially formulated program called as the BPSP program, which stands for Business Payment Solution Provider. This is a interchange plus model that enables a business to use a card and to pay their suppliers, irrespective if they are card accepting or not. PayMate settles the supplier straight into their bank account, thus enabling a buyer to optimize their working capital and use a card and not worry if their suppliers are card accepting or not. Let me illustrate this from a process perspective. Let's assume a business gets a 30 days credit period from their supplier. What would happen traditionally would be a buyer would receive his invoice once the supplier sent it. Let's assume they have a 8 to 10 days approval cycle. Day 10 he approves it, but still would like to keep his credit period and makes the payment only on day 30th. And I'm guessing if he's used a check or a bank transfer, we can say a supplier receives that payment on day 31 or day 32, depending on the mode of payment. So this means the days payable for the buyer has been 30 days, whereas for the supplier, his days outstanding has been around 32 days. Now let's look at how this process can be made to keep both the parties happy through PayMate. Keeping in mind both the similar conditions that we saw where the buyer gets 30 days credit period. He receives the invoice on day 1, and on day 10, he's approved his invoice. But now, on day 11, he decides to use the card, which gives him a 40 to 45 days credit period to make this payment, which means the supplier gets his payment immediately on day 12 to day 13, and the buyer now has a 40 to 45 days credit period to make that payment to his card issuing bank, which effectively means his days payable has increased by 6 to 66 days from the earlier 30 days, whereas for a supplier, his days outstanding has reduced from 32 days to 19 days. How does this all work? It's a very simple mechanism. We are a cloud-based platform. We've got the buyer who holds the card, who gets onboarded on the platform. He adds his suppliers go through a one-time KYC and an AML check, and once they are activated, there's a tunnel established, and the buyer can start making regular payments to his suppliers. He initiates the payment gets charged on the platform, and PayMate then routes the payment to the supplier's bank account and sends a remittance advice to the supplier once the payment is done and informs the buyer. The buyer at his end will pay this payment to his card issuing bank on his due date that he receives in his card statement. That's how simple it is. Coming to how the funding options that are available from the transaction fees perspective. So at PayMate, we've got 3 models that are available to both the parties. The first is, which is the most common, which is the supplier-funded method. In this case, the cost of the transaction or the transaction fees for using the commercial card are passed on to the supplier. So let's assume there's an invoice of 100 and the transaction fees, for example, are 1.55% plus VAT. The card gets charged for the base invoice value. PayMate would deduct the fees, the transaction fees that we slated to be, for example, at 1.55% and settle the balance to the supplier. The supplier receives the payment minus the fees, and this gets presented as an early payment discount. So the supplier has offered an early payment discount to the buyer and in a sense absorb the transaction fees for using the card. The next option is the buyer-funded model, where the buyer decides to bear the cost since he's getting access to the card mechanism and the credit offered on the card, he decides to bear the cost. So the card gets charged with the invoice value plus the transaction fees. Paymate settles after deducting its fees, thereby the supplier receives the base invoice value. And the third option that we have is a co-funded option where both the buyers and the suppliers have shared the cost of the transfer. It could be either 50-50 or in a manner which is mutually acceptable to both, depending on which Paymate charges the buyer's card and settles the supplier after deducting his share of the fee. So these are the three options that we have available on the platform depending on the appetite of the business and the supplier. I'd like to now just quickly round up on what is it from a value perspective to the ecosystem. For the business, obviously, it's the most important benefit. It allows him to extend his days payable. He's now using a card and accessing credit without dipping into his working capital. He's got an access to a platform that not only allows him to use the card, but also enables him to maintain his supplier network. All his suppliers get added onto the platform, which gets greater control, flexibility, and we've got detailed MISs that are available on the platform or can be extracted from the platform that gives you a proper visibility of the payments. This is available for both the buyers and the suppliers. There's greater transparency since everything, all the entire payment flow is illustrated in these MISs, which is very useful from a compliance perspective. And since the process is automated, it reduces any administrative burden that would have been in place when businesses use manual methods like cash and checks. And it comes without disrupting anything. There's no integrations to be done, no installations. Life carries on. It's now you've got the power of a card to make this payment. For a supplier, it means he's got his payments earlier. There's predictability of his payments, and who wouldn't want that today when times are turbulent? You'd rather receive your payment, albeit it carries a discount, but there's a guaranteed payment that comes through. And the biggest benefit is a supplier doesn't have to have merchant acceptance. A business can make him a card payment, he gets paid into his bank account. We bridge the gap for him, and he doesn't have to go through the process of becoming a card accepting supplier. I'd like to finish off with some of the case studies and the businesses that we've helped. I'll start off with from a collections perspective, where we've helped India's leading airline with their entire payment and inventory allocation process. What used to happen before Paymate was the entire process was very manual, where the agents would have to make a payment and then ring the travel providers and and discuss the payment that they've made, and then there would be a manual inventory allocation. All of this would take anywhere from 3 to 4 days. Post-Paymate, Paymate came and integrated with the airline's reservation platform and enabled the agents to now use the card. So the agents got to use the card, and Paymate provided instant confirmation to the airline that the payment was successful, and the airline was able to immediately allocate the inventory to the agent, thereby reducing a process which earlier took 3 to 4 days, reduced it straight down to 30 seconds. So this is a very successful collection story that we follow for a leading airline in India. Coming to the payables section, we helped a large paints company streamline their entire payments process, where before Paymate, they used to have multiple modes of payments, checks, bank accounts, cards, everything all in different following different ecosystems, different suppliers, just made the process, increased the administrative burden, and had different instruments that the finance team had to track. Came in Paymate, and Paymate helped streamline the entire process. All the firm had to do was upload their bulk payment file. They had a workflow mechanism established and used the card, and the payment was through. This helped the company really automate and streamline their process and bring in better efficiency in the entire finance process. That's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for your time. I have put on screen my contact points and my colleagues' contact points if you would like to get in touch with us to discuss any propositions at your end, or you could also get in touch with the event organizers and they will get you in touch with us. I hope to see you soon sometime in the future. Have a lovely day. Take care.
Thanks, Ms. Manila, for the informative presentation. It was a perfect end to the deliberations on the new age banking, with sharing of diverse views by the experts from Oman, the Middle East, and the European market. Hope all of you enjoyed the summit proceedings. We would like to thank our valued partners and sponsors, Oman Banks Association, U Capital, Bank Dhofar, Bank Nizwa, GBM, National Bank of Oman, Sohar International, Early Bank, Early Islamic, Oman Arab Bank, Khidma, Tajir Finance, Oman Data Park, National Life and General Insurance, Takaful Oman Insurance, Dhofar Insurance, Paymate, United Securities, United GCC Fund, OER, Alam Al-Iqtisad, OERLive.com, Banking, CIO Outlook, Times of Oman, and Al Shabiba for their support. We look forward to seeing you again in 2022.